it hot? I just turn it on and off. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to start. Please have a seat. Please leave the first line for the speakers. Il marche dehors. Je peux aller dehors ou ça marche ici? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to A Day of Exploration, a program in collaboration with the Explorer Club. And we are very proud to have you today. So please take your seats. We will start immediately. Please leave your seat for the speakers, the first line, only for the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seat. We start immediately. Landing protocol, stage 4, activate parachutes. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Yacht Club de Monaco, superior owners, superior captains, welcome. Welcome to this unique program in collaboration with the Explorer Club. We are very honored to have you today, an amazing panel of speakers. Please have a seat.
They're coming. I see them. You want to call? Yeah. This one too.
C'est bon, tu peux le... Merci. Yacht Club de Monaco, estimate members, superior owners and captains, welcome. Welcome today to a unique program in collaboration with the Explorer Club. We have here a unique panel of speakers. So we are starting now, just waiting my General Secretary Bernard Alessandri to come on stage to open this session, please. We are here even if we change some points in order to make the word better, the preservation, the responsibility of owners, captains. You will see that captains are very important here. And that's why this program is made, to make you realize that the Yacht Club de Monaco, as capital of advanced yachting, is the direction. And the best direction, the best way to do it is together with the Explorer Club. So that's why now landing protocol, stage 4, activate parachutes. I ask on stage Mr. Richard Wies.
Let's speak at this. Okay. I am told to talk until the General Secretary arrives. Hey, I have a question for you. So how many people do we have here from the Explorers Club? Wow, quite a few of you. And how many captains and owners do we have here? Quite a few of you together as well. And you know, when you think of this union of two organizations, when people talk about partnering with organizations, is this hissing a little? Little feedback, right? There we go. That's a little better. Here we go, it's Bernard. Ladies and gentlemen, this, the family Von Trapp. Bernard. We're welcome. We're waiting for you to welcome.
Thank you. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis, dear friend, we are here for the special day. You know, for the first time is a collaboration between the New York Explorer Club and the Yacht Club de Monaco. And also, in the same time, we have a Monaco Ocean Week that is very important for us. Our program is very, very, very busy. We are very busy today. We have this meeting. We have another meeting with Smart Yacht also, up there in the 5th floor. I invite you to visit also this exposition, because it's time now to do something, and we have to change a little bit the view of the yachting, the image of the yachting. I don't know exactly for you in New York, I don't know, but here, the image of the yachting, you have to move, and you have to move to be more responsible, to be more close to the sustainability. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you very much for coming here with us. I hope you have very good time with us. I don't know about the race, the regatta yesterday, but it was a floating regatta. Thank you. Enjoy your time with us, and thank you so much to the Explorer Club to be here, and enjoy you again. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. So, you know, I was saying that we have people from the Explorers Club, we have people from the Yacht Club, and you know, that sort of bind us together. I mean, love of ocean obviously is the most obvious one. But you know, people who travel on boats, captains, owners of boats, explorers, they love telling stories. So I think at what we do when you talk about communicating science, storytelling is really at the essence of what it's about. We're going to remove it. Okay, come. You know, I have kids. I'm used to kids when I'm on the phone, on Zoom meetings, jumping in and out. So, you know, Bernard, you mentioned something about changing. If you look at the universal laws of nature, if an organism doesn't continue to evolve and be relevant, it goes extinct. And I think you can say that for exploration, and I can, you know, for sure say that with boats. So we're trying to put two organizations together. You know, the leader in yacht innovation. You know, it's also a meeting place for people. The Explorers Club, the leading organization for exploration and the dissemination of knowledge. And so there's an Italian term that I would like to use. My grandmother used to say this to me, Nina Lanza, our first speaker's grandmother. Well, hey, we have the same grandmother. It's called traversiamo. And so, meeting these two organizations, Traversiamo, let's cross over together. And I think, putting the power of these two great organizations can make something really wonderful. All right, a little about how we're going to do the format. When we started creating this particular event, we thought, how can we make an Oceans Week talk a little different? Many of us have been to them. There's a little bit of a sameness. And our whole objective of this particular speech is to have you, or this seminar, is to have you look at something you've looked at thousands of times in your life. And if you can hear or see something different today, that's going to make you look at it differently, then we've achieved our role. So you're going to see people from different walks of life. It's not just going to be about sharks or corals or microplastics. It's going to be about sights and sounds and innovation. So the first seminar is going to be on the edge. And just before I get to that, I just want to explain, Bernard, because you always say that this yacht club is a place where people meet, they come to meet and exchange ideas. We've set a format where you'll have 3 lectures, an hour coffee break, 3 lectures, lunch, and this is where we really hope people come together and exchange ideas. Okay, so we're going to start on the edge, and we're talking about oceans. So let's go to the furthest edge that we know in terms of oceans, and we're going to start with Dr. Nina Lanza, and we're going swimming in Mars. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Well, I'm really excited to be here. Thank you all for getting up early for me. I think I've been told I'm the guinea pig for these slides, so let's see what happens if I say next slide. Is there a clicker? Oh, look at that. Okay. So you can see this picture. It's one of my favorite pictures of one of my favorite spaceships, but we'll talk about that. So I'm really excited to be here specifically at the Yacht Club, where we're concerned with a particular technology, and that is the ship. So the ship, in one form or another, has been the dominant technology by which we humans have explored our planet for thousands of years. So I work on a ship, and I'm exploring a planet, but I'm on a spaceship, and I'm exploring Mars. And that really got me thinking, what is this word, spaceship? Where did it come from, and what can it tell us? So it turns out the first usage of this word in this context was in 1894 by John Jacob Astor IV. Now, he wasn't a writer by trade, but he did write an incredible piece of science fiction called A Journey in Other Worlds, in which he imagined that people could build some kind of a ship that would take us off this planet and allow us to explore other worlds in the solar system. Now, this is an incredible leap of imagination because at the time, there was no technology that could take people off of this world at all. So, I would say J.J. Astor, as he was known, his fate was actually tied up with that of another ship, and that was the Titanic. Unfortunately, he was on the maiden voyage of the Titanic, so he did not survive. But his word, spaceship, remains. And what an incredible word. What I love about it, it's a word for an idea that's well ahead of its time. There were no words to describe what he was imagining. And yet, he had to invent this. So that made me think of another quote from another science fiction author, that of the great Arthur C. Clarke, who said, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic." Wow. So what would J.J. Astor have thought of our spaceships? They might look a little bit magical. But what I love about this quote is that implicit in this statement is that it's not magic. It's just something we don't yet understand. We can understand a lot of complex things if we put in the time. And I think this is really at the heart of why we explore. We explore the unknown in order to uncover the mechanisms behind the magic, behind the things we don't understand. So with all of this in mind, I'd like to talk to you about some of the spaceships that I'm working on and what we're hoping to discover. So as I mentioned, this is my personal favorite spaceship. This is the NASA Curiosity Mars rover. It's on Mars right now doing science. We've been there for almost 12 Earth years, which is pretty incredible. I am the principal investigator of one of its 10 instruments. This is the head of the rover here. That's the ChemCam instrument. So I just want to point out that this is a collaboration between the US and French space agencies. So we have actually a very large international team. There's about 100 people at 20 institutions worldwide. So a big team. And so the way this instrument works is that so you can see we're kind of like the left eye up there, the Cyclops eye, and we fire a laser, and this is true, we fire a laser that vaporizes a little bit of rock. And then we look at the light that vaporized material gives off, and we can figure out what the chemistry of the rock is without ever touching that sample. And we've done this almost 1 million times on Mars. That's a lot of data. And then we can also take that information and we can infer mineralogy. So chemistry are the elements, and mineralogy is how those elements are arranged in minerals. And then finally, we can take a beautiful high-resolution image of where we got this chemistry and mineralogy data so we can put it in a geologic context. So as I mentioned, we have been on the surface of Mars for just about 12 years. I could speak at great length at what we've discovered, but of course I only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to give you the highlights. So what have we learned? Well, first of all, we know for certain that there was a freshwater lake, a long-lasting freshwater lake in our landing site of Gale Crater. So what this is actually a computer-generated image using real Mars topography to show you what it might have looked like 3 billion years ago on Mars. And so you can see this is actually quite a big crater. This is about 150 kilometers in diameter, and then that mountain in the middle is the size of Kilimanjaro, so it's 5,800 meters, pretty big. So this water, this freshwater lake, was there for tens of thousands, millions, possibly millions of years. And we know that the conditions within that lake were habitable. So that means it would support life as we currently understand it here on Earth. Now, we don't know if there was life there, but we do know that all the building blocks of life were present. So this is a really incredible set of observations. We know that when this was all happening on Mars 3 billion years ago, life on Earth had already arisen. So now this allows us to really seriously ask the question, was there ever life on Mars? You know, it's a question we've asked in many ways for many years, but now we have the information that really allows us to start trying to answer that question in a scientific way. So we're going to do that with the next spaceship that I'm going to talk about. That's the NASA Perseverance rover. That's like our fraternal twin on Mars. It's a little bit younger. It's only been on Mars for 3 years, has a different landing site. But one of the most exciting parts of that mission is to recover samples from Mars for a future return to Earth. And this is amazing. We've never done that before. We've never taken samples from Mars, brought them to Earth. This is going to allow us to look at these samples in our terrestrial laboratories and be able to do some really in-depth analyses. So remember, Mars was habitable. All the building blocks of life were there and still are to a certain extent. And when all of that was true on Mars, there was life on Earth. So these samples are going to be incredible. They're going to tell us so much about Mars. And we have no idea yet what that will be. Now, I say here that they're going to be returned in the year 2033. I have a little asterisk there. That's because you may be aware there's some turmoil in the US federal budget right now. I'm just going to remain optimistic. I think we're going to get these samples, if not sooner, then definitely later. And when we get them, we are going to be surprised. There are things in those samples that we never dreamed possible. We know a lot about them already, but there are things that we're going to discover, and it's just such an exciting time. So while we're waiting for these amazing samples to come back, we're going to do some exploration a little bit closer to home with some other spacecraft. So the NASA Artemis program is the program that's going to bring the next humans to the moon, including the first woman. So this is scheduled for 2026. And so I'm part of a team that is putting together the science backroom protocols and procedures. And so what that means is that we have a team of geologists that are on Earth that are helping to direct our crew while they're on the surface of the moon collecting samples. which is pretty fun. So actually, we have a lot of training to do to be able to do this. So I'm just going to show you this image here. That's my team at Johnson Space Center at the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory with astronaut Denise Burnham before she does some training. This is an incredible facility. It's a 40-foot deep pool that has mock-ups of the International Space Station modules that allow astronauts to be able to train to do extravehicular activities in a near, low gravity type environment, which is super exciting. So we also need to help train our crew to do that geologic testing as well. So one of the things I'm really interested in is how we are going to answer one of these questions that's just come up recently. So how much water is on the moon? Now you may say, okay, there's not a lot of water on the moon, right? Like it looks pretty dry there. And you would be right, it is very dry, but it's not completely dry. So we have some data to suggest that in very specific locations on the moon, in these sort of polar regions, in permanently shadowed places, that there could be quite a bit of water. And the reason it might be there is because these areas never get any sun. So if any volatile falls into there, over millions of years, they can really build up. It's really hard for them to escape. And so there could actually be quite a bit of water that could be useful for crew in the future. So one of the places we'd like to send our crew is to these permanently shadowed regions to go and sample this stuff. But it's not that easy because, first of all, as I mentioned, these are very cold locations. So it's actually quite dangerous to send people there. They have to spend sampling there. But they can't be too fast because these materials are volatile. So if they agitate the soils too much, we might lose that water and then we don't have the measurement. So it's actually very tricky. So that's something that we're working on right now with the tools that we have. How do we appropriately sample these materials? So as I mentioned, this is currently scheduled to launch. Artemis 3 is the mission that's going to send people to the surface. That's going to launch in September 2026. That's kind of coming up. So we have a lot of work to do. But I just have to say again, what an exciting time to be a planetary scientist, to be able to get these materials and to learn new things in almost real time. So really exciting. And so maybe I'll end here by saying, spaceships are enabling us to go places that traditional ships cannot go. But I think they're still part of this legacy of exploration where we are using a craft to go and explore the unknown. And so really, exploration is an incredible leap of imagination. As we've seen, what we can imagine goes beyond the current limitations of our language to express. So we're going to have to invent a lot of new words to describe what we're going to try to discover. And it's really exciting. And I think about, what would people, again, like J.J. Astor think? Or, I've put here another image, another visionary. Jules Verne first posited that we could go to the moon, from the Earth to the moon. He didn't even use the word spaceship. That wasn't a word that existed. He envisioned, that we would have some kind of giant hollowed out bullet that we would shoot at the moon, and somehow our crew would land and they'd be totally fine. So there's a little issues here with that mission concept. But I thought it was interesting that actually, now, if you look at our current mission concept, it actually looks really similar. So I have an image here from Artemis 1 of the Orion capsule. So Orion is the spacecraft that's going to bring our astronauts to the moon. And you can see here, this is actually Artemis 1 just went around the Earth and the moon as a test. And this is such a beautiful image. You can see the spacecraft with Earth and the moon right there. And it's so interestingly reminiscent of what Jules Verne actually envisioned in 1865. And so I think about what would Jules Verne have thought? What would J.J. Astor have thought, if they could be transported? It might look really magical, right? We have these craft that can go to space. We have spaceships. But in fact, it's not magic. We know that. It's just part of discovery. It's just learning the unknown. And we can do amazing things. I mean, it's incredible to me to think that from the invention of this word, spaceship, to when we had a spaceship was not even 100 years. So much has happened. And so I know I'm really excited to see what the next 100 years is going to bring. So thank you.
Now, I'm just kind of curious, Kathy Sullivan, Mario, had you ever heard the derivation of spaceship before? No, right? So already, I could see people around me saying, I'm going to use that. I never heard that. I have a question here. who here has children? All right, quite a few people, more in this section. And so as a parent, I've always dreamt that I would take my kids around the world. But then you get in the way of soccer schedules and school holidays and this and this and this and this. So few of us really have the guts because we're always afraid that, if I take my kids out of school, I've ruined their life. Well, our next couple, the Bardots, are the Swiss Family Robinson of exploration. They have taken their children around the world. And Ghislaine, you also said that coming to Monaco is a little bit of a full circle because when you were like 20 years old, you were at the Oceanographic Institute, staring out the window, wondering what exploration you would do. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going from Mars and the moon, and now we're going to go beneath the surface of the oceans. So, Kevin, I think you have a clip to put up there. Yep, got it.
de partager notre passion, de partager nos connaissances et ce qu'on fait.
Wow. The Bardeaux are also recent recipients of the Explorers Club 50, and if you know that program, the slogan is 50 people who are changing the world that the world needs to know about. Please welcome the Bardeaux. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So for those who don't know us, we are Guylain and Emmanuel Bardoux. As you can hear, we are French. We are explorers and deep sea divers, and together we co-founded Under the Pole Expedition in 2008. And first, we'd like to thank the Explorer Club as well as the Monaco Yacht Club for providing us the opportunity to showcase our work today.
Bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. As you have seen in this short video, we work on a sailing boat, the Y, which is 20 meters long and starts to be a little bit too small. That's why we designed an ideal boat for deep scientific diving, but it's a little bit too difficult to fund, unfortunately. So if you want to support us, or if you have a big boat and want to make scientific expeditions with Under the Pole, let's meet a little bit later. Of course. So yes, we are explorers and husband and wife, but nobody died till now. More seriously, at Under the Pole, we are not only exploring our Mariage works, in fact, we are mostly exploring our ocean seabed works. If you are in this room, it means that probably you are familiar with ocean, sailing, or even diving. And today we'd like to invite you to dive with us a little bit deeper. That's what usually we do.
So yes, Under the Pole is a program dedicated to ocean research and conservation. It focuses on deep sea diving around the world, raising awareness among schools, the general public, and decision makers.
Since 2021, Under the Pole has launched Deep Life program that has been recognized as an official one of the United Nations Decade for the Ocean to study ecosystem of the mesophotic zone, which is from 30 meters deep to 200 meters deep. And we do that with an international team of scientists.
So for us, it has been a long path to where we are today. Little did we know 16 years ago when we imagined our first expedition at the geographical North Pole that it would be the beginning of something bigger than us.
People often ask us what explains Under the Pole longevity. I would answer, first of all, our endurance, which is fed by our passion. Second point is our expertise that we acquired over years. And the last one, and probably the most important one, is our commitment for ocean conservation.
So let's talk about passion, endurance, and spirit of exploration. We grew up, both of us, I think, with the tales of the explorer of the last century. Shackleton, Amundsen, Nansen, John Hunt and Edmund Hillary, Jacques-Yves Cousteau, of course. What do they all have in common? Spirit of exploration and the ability of taking risk. Over the last 16 years, we have had our ups and downs. Setting up an expedition means constantly reinventing yourself, keeping up your energy and endurance. In 2013, after our first expedition, we had difficulty to find sponsors, so we sold our house, our car, all our possessions, so that we could borrow money from the bank to buy our expedition sailboat, the Y.
This risk-taking enabled us to live in Greenland for 2 years. This is a wintering in the ice. Spending the winter stuck in the ice and make the world's first dives under 100 meters in polar regions, exploring for the first time its specific ecosystems and cross the path of mythic Greenland shark. Since this time, Under the Pole has focused on exploring the deep sea ecosystem in the mesophotic zone, between 30 and 200 meters deep. We also developed an underwater habitat named Capsule, a clin d'œil, like we say in French, to the space exploration, of course, to push the limits of exploration. By the way, we plan a new capsule mission. It will be in 2026 to extend bottom time at depth. And for that, we'll use 2 of these capsules that we use like underwater scientific habitats.
But what do the cold of the Arctic, the isolation of the Pacific atolls, or the harshness of diving in the darkness have in common? What's the point of these extreme dives? Because below 40 meters, the depths remain mainly unknown and a source of discovery at almost every single dive, and because exploration is perpetual and universal. But today, we believe exploration for exploration's sake is not enough.
The complexity and the cost of expeditions, as well as issues such as global warming or collapsing of biodiversity, makes exploration even more meaningful and also inspiring when combined with science for the common good. This is why, for many years now, we have been partnering with scientists to answer questions that could not have been answered alone. A word on our expertise now. Deep sea diving is committed and highly challenging. We commonly dive in the mesophotic zone, once again, between 30 meters deep and 200 meters deep, below the surface. It depends on the ocean. For sure, in the Arctic Ocean, it's not the same as in French Polynesia, like we are here. In other words, we start working where 99% of the diver stops. This zone is very difficult to access. It requires special skills, a lot of experience that can be long to acquire, and also a lot of equipment.
So, ready to dive, we are super heavy. We feel like cosmonauts, actually. I mean, 100 kilo is a lot, and it's what we need to dive deep. So, rebreather, security tanks, scooter, scientific tools, camera. And last important point, conducting science and deep diving requires specialized team, highly trained, as safety is constantly at stake. For instance, in 2018, we experienced one of the most extreme situations we have ever had to face.
On the north on the north shore, yes, here we are. On the north shore of Bora Bora, we were diving on an isolated spot with an extensive wildlife activity. Together with my buddy, Julien, our mission on that dive was to collect sensors at 124 meters deep, while the rest of the team was sampling at 60. Everything was running well until Julien was bitten by a gray shark at 80 meters deep. At that time, we had 2.5 hours of decompression stops to do before surfacing. No choice. If you miss your decompression, you are dead. He was hit at the head, in open water, losing blood. His rebreather was out of service. As a deep diver, I can tell you this is one of the worst scenarios you can imagine. Fortunately, it all turned out well, because we were highly trained to such an extreme situation, not only individually, but as a team. Even if nobody would have ever imagined such a scenario to happen. It's impossible.
The thing is, when you dive that deep, you're among animals that have never seen a human soul, like ever. You're not in Bali or in a Polynesian pass at 20 meters with a wildlife used to seeing humans. it's not Instagram, it's real wildlife. And so yes, sometimes diving to these depths can be frightening. It doesn't rule out wonder, which is also always present, but it does imply concentration. Fear is different from panic. Panic paralyzes, whereas fear is a thermometer that keeps you alert and therefore safe. So why do we do this? Why does it matter? Because it brings us hope. Over the course of our expeditions, it has always been evident that the ecology of this twilight zone is specific and diverse. Everybody knows the importance of forest on Earth. Everybody understands the role they play for biodiversity. When you see a forest burning or being clear-cut, you immediately understand the threat for the planet and the ecosystem. The fact is, the same problem occurs in our oceans. People just don't see it. Today, our oceans are burning. Maybe you know, maybe you don't, but down there, they are tropical-like forests under the sea.
A biodiversity that is so rich, so numerous, you cannot fathom. Nature is thriving down there. To preserve these ecosystems, this is why we are doing all of this. Because these marine forests, sometimes thousands of years old, can be clear-cut in a single troll.
And these forests, made up of corals, sponges, gorgonians, can be refuges. And speaking of refuges, we wanted to share with you a discovery we made. We have been studying the deep corals of French Polynesia, and when we started this program, we didn't know what we were going to find. We had very few informations.
So after 1 year, we found ourselves in the Gambier archipelago at a depth of 120 meters on the edge of a huge, huge submarine cliff. After 2 dives, we noticed that the corals were bigger and in greater quantity than usual. So we had the gut feeling that we could go further. So we did. We planned a dive at 172 meters deep, in fact a bit more, but we stopped there, and collected the deepest reef coral ever. Michel Pichon, you saw him on the film. He's an 80-year-old scientist. He was on board with us. And he has been studying corals for 60 years. That's amazing. And that day he cried because he said that was one of the greatest moments of his career.
Yes, just a scientific note here. Reef corals are powered by light. At 172 meters, there is very little light, and scientists weren't sure they were photosynthesizing.
After studying the corals we collected, it turned out that with only 1% light, corals can survive, reproduce, and do well. But more generally, we discovered corals are more diverse between 40 and 60 meters than on surface. That goes at the opposite of what people usually think. Coral seascape are more diverse at depth, or these corals adapt to incredible conditions while above they bleach. That's why we call these places refuges. I let you imagine what consequences such a discovery means for ocean conservation. It's huge. It's only the beginning of the mesophotic science, in fact. And that sums up a bit of our work. With our expertise in diving, our skills as divers, explorers, and expedition organizers, we collaborate with scientists who then produce scientific papers, which we use for our advocacy work, but also to raise awareness among the general public and school children.
This is Svalbard. Beautiful. What if I told you that we are running out of time? So here we are, our 15 minutes, maybe a little bit more, are almost up. So are the possibilities of ocean regeneration due to climate change. Time is what we all share. It's what we all have in common. Gila and I have a particular sense of time passing by. When we deep dive, we have time to think.
1 minute of scientific work at 120 meters means 1 hour of ascent. Work at 120 meters deep is 3 hours and a half at least of ascent. So yes, we have time to think. We have time to observe what few people can see. And we have the time and the will to protect what we see.
That's what we want to share with you and make you want to protect what you see here and what we love so much. Our wish is that our kids, Robin and Tom, and other children, will be able to see this with their own eyes one day. And beauty aside, we want them to have the opportunity to live in a healthy world thanks to a healthy ocean.
Thank you all for your attention. And if you want more expedition stories with French accent, thank you. If you want to support us, like I said, in a way or in another, let's meet later at the bar and we'll be glad to answer your questions and listen to your stories. Thanks again and enjoy your day.
You know, I can tell the divers in the group because the people who are going like this with their hands were getting a little sweaty at some of the depths. But, you know, I think in session 4 it is, Kathy Sullivan and I will be talking about the importance of expertise. Kathy, I could see your face during that rescue thinking teamwork and expertise made the outcome, you know, all that much more favorable. You spoke about solutions. And so our next speaker is really about solutions. It's the 5 Oceans. It's Tommy Moe. And I think that, you know, curiosity is what all is sort of the drug that gets us all started as explorers. But with Tommy, it's also the idea that it's not just solutions for us, this group. It's for really the people who live in those areas. The whole idea, Rachel Graham knows this, about working with local groups and making them part of that pact. So I think we have a short film, and then we'll have Tommy. I feel, Tommy, we need to give you a Maasai greeting. So, Jambo Habariako.
Thank you, Richard. So let me say first, what a pleasure it is to be here to see all of these faces out here of great explorers. So it's a tough act to follow these two and Nina. For me, everything that I do is about Africa. As mentioned, I went out there the first time when I was 9 years old, and my grandfather took me to places that I would have, without that experience of those first trips to Yemen, to the great city of Sana'a, to Aden, to Ethiopia, to Lalibela, Gondar, all of these places that I visited, none of this would be real today. I wouldn't have been able to get to where I am today. So by the time I was 15 years old, I had made almost 9 trips to Africa. I had 3 African languages already. So that started me on this voyage of discovery, if you will, which was, leading us today to Papua New Guinea, to places out in the Middle East that most people have never been, never seen. So for me, the boat is one thing. So I could stand here and talk about the yacht all day long, but for me, it's really about indigenous communities. It's getting out and seeing things in places that most people never see. So this new build that we're doing, and around it is mentioned, was the Voyage of Advancement. So we're taking a expedition that was done in the 1800s, the Wilkes expedition, and we really wanted go back to this age of discovery, if you will, where we have a multidisciplinary team on the vessel that will stay with us for those 3-4 years. So right now we have photographers, we have artists, we have a number of photogrammetry experts. So we do a lot of really cool science in the sense of the anthropology, the linguistic side, et cetera. So that's really what I'm interested in. And Africa is always going to be a fundamental part of that. But having said that, a lot of the things that we're looking at now is obviously, we talked about rivers and streams. Those are mangroves. There's all these incredible areas, especially as it relates to Africa. And for me, that's something that we're really excited about. So we have a number of researchers already that have signed on. We're working with Dr. Ballard, Bob Ballard, that we're going to do probably 7 expeditions here in the Mediterranean that really revolves around shipwrecks. We're going to do probably 27 wrecks that have already been looked at in Turkey. Then we'll be moving over to Egypt, where we're actually working with Dr. Martinez and looking at Cleopatra's tomb. So that, the hope that this is Cleopatra's tomb. So that's going to be exciting for us. But one of the things that Richard mentioned, and I think it's extremely important to talk about, are children. And I normally speak to not this sort of distinguished group. I'm usually talking to children and high schoolers. And so it's a very different conversation. But the pictures, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And when I look back at my life, there's probably 40, 50 years of photographs on here that have been all over Africa. And so when we first started, thinking about this endeavor with the new boat, it was really around how do we get back to these places that have been a seminal part of my life. Mozambique, Tanzania, Kenya, the southern part of Somalia, places that are really at this point in time off limits. I mean, it's amazing when you look at the Bajuni Islands south of Mogadishu. Nobody even talks about Somalia, 2,600 kilometers of coastlines that have never really been explored. One of the things we're looking at on the technology side is how do we keep these illegal fishing boats out of there? And so right now we're working with some fairly sophisticated systems that we learned from an asymmetric battle space, if you will. So all these technologies that we use, whether it's talked about LiDAR, we've talked about all these systems, well, we're working on RF systems that can bounce radio waves and frequencies off the bottom of the ocean. So we're looking at things that are very interesting for us to be able to do the things that we do. We're working with Triton to develop a new submarine that has different camera systems, that has some of these technologies on it for scientific testing, whether that be water quality, whether that be anything that most of you in here are working on. So we're not really scientists. My background is anthropology and linguistics, but we have some amazing people that are coming onto the platform. And so when I look at this new vessel that we have, it really has all of the things that we wanted. It has 2 submarines. It has obviously the Icon A5 that allows us to fly into areas and go low and look at rivers and streams and systems that are very difficult to get up in without having a platform. So the thing that's really interesting for me is that we've had this last platform, which was 67 meters. It was a massive creature, and it had 36 crew on it, and it was too big for us. So when we first started looking back in 2019, literally on December 18th, we sold our last boat, and then COVID hit. And then for the next 2 years, we were looking at how do we get back to where we are, what we're doing, et cetera, and how do we build this vessel. So in 2022 with Damen, we started building the new platform, and in roughly a month and a half, knock on wood, inshallah, that we will have the vessel here in Monaco for the Grand Prix. From there, we'll be going out into the Mediterranean. We've brought probably 6-8 different locations that we're going to be working with. Dr. Gambin from Malta. We'll have Bob Ballard and his crew on for, again, Egypt and Turkey. And then we also have some experiences that we're creating around right around the northern corner of Morocco. And then off the coast of Libya, Tunisia, we have 2 other dives that we're doing out there to look for some probably 2,500-year-old shipwrecks that have been, they were noticed probably 17 years ago. They were looked at once by Timmy Gambin, and now we're going back. So my interest is really in this northern part of Africa, and then obviously going through the canal to get to East Africa, which is a big part of what we're doing. So in the meantime, once we launch from here, it'll be Malta, the Mediterranean, then back over to the U.S. to FLIBS, to Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show, where we'll be picking up our new sub, and then off to the Explorers Club in New York for an event, and then back across the water. So hopefully we will be able to go through the Suez Canal. With everything that's going on out there right now, with the situation in Yemen and the Strait of Hormuz, et cetera, that's, it's a little bit unpredictable right now. But when you look at a lot of these pictures, one of the things that we've focused on, and it's really the people. And for me, I think sometimes we get, whatever that thing is we're working on, whatever that thing is in the ocean that we're looking at, sometimes I think we tend to forget the people themselves. And there's indigenous communities out there that they are the ecology, they are the environment. And I think we forget that sometimes. We march into these areas and we think we know what's best. So even if we're bringing great technologies and a great opportunity for these people, oftentimes they wind up getting the short end of the stick. And what I mean by that is that we don't, we think about deep sea mining right now, which we are completely against, because I've seen the effects in Africa with Gécamines, with Rio Tinto, all these places in Central Africa that I've been looking at since I was 9 years old, 10 years old, and you see the destruction that took place. So the idea now that we're going to drop, you know, this 2,500-pound machine down on the ocean floor, and we don't know what those effects will be. There's been some studies, but quite frankly, we're probably 4 or 5 years away from it. And quite frankly, polymetallic nodules, all of this narrative, we're not ready for it yet. And I think that's something that we're going to heavily push, as well as this fishing, overfishing component, which we know that off the coast of Africa, West Africa, East Africa, the Chinese are destroying some of these fisheries that are probably the last great fisheries that are out there. So along with the voyage, along with the activities that we're doing, we're also going to bring to bear science that will allow us to capture these vehicles, or these platforms rather, that the Chinese are using for this overfishing component, and then hopefully we can have some changes. Because again, when you look at some of these areas, most private yachts have never been down to these areas. It's a long ways around, from basically when you're looking at from Tunisia all the way around to South Africa up to the Suez, it's a long ways. So there's a lot of places there where private yachts have never gone. So we've had this experience with our last vessel where we were able to go to Pemba, Zanzibar, to Kilimon in Mozambique, and places where 16th century, there's shipwrecks everywhere from the Portuguese. So there's a lot of interesting things down there, but for me, having the ability to take this yacht and bring on researchers and scientists onto our vessel, that's what's most exciting for us. So I could literally stand here and talk about Africa all day, because it's one of the most incredible places, and the biodiversity that still exists out there, places where no one has ever been. And that seems weird. So when I hear this conversation about explorers, there's nothing left to explore, well, we all know that's not true. So whether we're looking at the ocean, whether we're looking at parts of the Congo that has conflict, whether it's Somalia, there's places there that for me it'll remain always a big part of my life. Clearly pushing out to Papua New Guinea, places in the Pacific, which is what we've kind of based this whole experience on, was the Wilkes expedition, which failed as an expedition. It was one of the first American expeditions that went out to the Pacific, et cetera, first scientific endeavor, if you will, 65 years after Captain Cook. It resulted in 4 court-martials when the vessel returned, but what they brought back formed the nucleus of the Smithsonian Institution. So almost 44,000 pieces of incredible art that are probably the most sophisticated pieces of combat art, you know, from Fiji, from Solomon Islands, these clubs and things that are the premier pieces that Christie's or Sotheby's would love to get a hold of. Those are in the Smithsonian, and most people have never even seen them. There's another 220,000 specimens that were brought back that literally 70% of those specimens were new to science. So we really want to, with the Voyage of Advancement, we really want to create this experience that we can bring young people on. And for me, that's extremely important in the places that we go, is to bring children on, to let them see the technologies, the things that we, you know, can bring to bear. And then obviously they'll remember that. Because if I look at my own life at 9 years old, it changed my life. To come back, growing up in California, it wasn't about, hey, let's go surfing, let's get up. It was about, when do I get back to Africa? And so that lasted so long. I've made 240 trips to the African continent. And again, language has been a fundamental part of this. I met Sir Wilfrid Thesiger. I met the great photographer Peter Baird when I was 9 years old. So when Thesiger said, if you really want to be in the fold, and he called it landscape, he said there's travelers and there's explorers. Explorers tend to be inside the landscape. And I always remembered that. He said, travelers are people that are looking out the window of a train passing, and they see the landscape as it goes by. But explorers are inside of the landscape, and what they find is this sort of thing. I mean, the experiences that I've had with people on the ground is phenomenal. And I would say that if your children, you have the opportunity to take your children to Africa, to these far-flung places, it's the best, and you know this. It's an amazing experience to take children into a place that most adults don't want to go, because I think they find something that they latch on to, and our biggest pleasure has been bringing children onto some of these boats and some of the places that we've been to, because they wouldn't have that opportunity. And it does. It's a, you know, at some point you say to yourself, yeah, I can do this, and this is what I want to become. And again, it's the pleasure of, whether it's the Monaco Yacht Club, with everything that's here, the activities that you have here, the capabilities, the people that are part of it. And again, the Explorers Club for me has been one of the highlights of my life, is becoming a fellow of the Explorers Club and being able to interact with, you know, people in this audience. And we have some amazing people coming up today, and I'm so excited. I'm excited to be here for this first one. And again, the vessel is one thing, but don't forget the people that you're passing by. The indigenous communities that we work with is really, that for me is everything. The vessel is a platform that allows us to get to these places, but the science you're doing, the things that are going on out there that are near these indigenous communities, to their homes, to their locations, that's extremely important. Not to forget who's out there, because there's a huge impact that you can have on a small community by bringing them into the fold and letting them see what you're doing. So, well, thank you very much.
Is there such thing as big ship energy? Because I was sitting next to Captain Sean Mager here, and I said, Sean, wouldn't you love to be a captain on that ship? And he said, you just read my mind. So maybe you two can talk a little over there. And Tommy, thank you for that message of the people, because I think for all of us who've been many places, what you think is going to be the most memorable aspect of a trip, you know, finding a new species of shark, being on the summit of a mountain, it's often the people you meet along the way, that person who is special. And that's really a great way to segue into our next Explorers Club 50 honoree, Michel André, because, you know, as I said, the slogan for what we do is 50 people who are changing the world that the world needs to know about. And it's really identifying people who have not been, you know, widely known, like the Neil Armstrongs and Jane Goodalls and the Kathy Sullivans and the Victor Vescovas, but it's creating the next ones. So I'm going to ask you all, you know, I mentioned the idea of seeing the ocean differently, right? And Michel, I left out one part. It's not just seeing the ocean differently, it's hearing the ocean differently. And if you just close your eyes for a second and you just listen, you're hearing chairs rustle, maybe some coffee cups and all that. It's so few times in your life that you hear really just a pure soundscape. And so Michel is a bioacoustic engineer, and he's going to make you listen to the ocean differently. So please welcome Michel André.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all these magnificent explorers all the inspirational talks that we heard today. Yes, so sound. Sound is an important sense, the perception of sounds, that we probably sometimes we don't think of it. This is one of the 5 senses that we know of. And this is, from what we know, probably the only one that we all share on the planet, being animal, plant, aquatic, or terrestrial. The perception of sound is the only sense that we know of that we all share. And when you think of it, then you get all the borders out of the planet. You don't think about marine fields or the forest. This is all the same, because sound is a way for nature to communicate. And this is vital for the survival of the planet, but of course for the survival of our humankind. This is all the research that with my team we are bringing here today after 30 years of analyzing sound, hearing sound, putting some technology, AI-based techniques to unravel the mystery of sound. The mystery of sound is a mystery for us humans, because we probably have lost the capacity to hear what is the nature around us, because we have developed another way of communication, which is our language. The language that we have started to articulate 150,000 years ago is probably when we started to disconnect from nature. This is when we started not to listen to nature. We started to ignore the message that all the other creatures on Earth are able to hear and to listen. And we stopped 150,000 years ago. And now we are today with this unique chance, this unique opportunity to reconnect to nature through the sounds of nature. And what a better place as the ocean. The ocean is a place where we cannot use our language, we cannot use it. We need to have the technology for this. What we can do is to listen to what is going on. And we ignore this dimension of sound for all our humanity. Everybody thought, until the technology allowed it, that the ocean was a world of silence. And if the ocean is silent, it's a dead ocean. Sound is vital in the ocean for all the inhabitants of the ocean. They need sound to communicate, to exchange this information. Plants perceive sounds. Invertebrates produce and perceive sounds. Of course, we know whales, we know other cetaceans. They perceive all sounds, and this is vital for their survival. We heard about this time that you spend underwater with the cassette. You have time to think, but our ears are not made to listen. And if you would have these 3.5 hours when you go up, and we would have the capacity of a dolphin to hear what is going on underneath, we will understand that the message is clear. We need to act. We don't have time. We need to act. And you said it, and everybody knows it. We are getting to a tipping point on the planet. We need to listen what the message is from the planet. It tells us we take action. We are in a place where we are all actors. We can do it. We have the technology, we have the ships, we have the yachts, we have the responsibility to do it, and time is tight. And when we come back here in 1 year time, we cannot repeat the same thing. We need to come with results. Science has to bring the results that we need to cohabitate with nature. This is vital. Vital not only for a fish or for a whale, it's vital for us. If we don't do that, we will not go to Mars. We will not go anywhere. We will not be able to live on this planet. So please take this into action. The technology is there. We have the tools for that. You can bring the technology on your yacht when you go to these places where nobody else can go, these pristine areas. We can lend you this equipment, so you collect the data for us. It will be sent to our servers, and this is for the benefit of all the planet and the humankind. So if there is a message after this first seminar that we are having today, is please think of listening, and not only underwater. You go back home, you listen to a bird, you listen to the wind in the tree. This is the message that the planet is sending us. It's time to act, otherwise it will be too late. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day. Yes, thank you. So on the back there is a place where you will be able to listen to some of the sounds that we collected in Antarctica a few months ago.
And that's going to be right there. Okay.
It's going to be there, just behind us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, just right there behind
Yes.
them. Okay,
Okay.
great. Okay, I've found like I've had a saturation of good information, right? And because the Yacht Club of Monaco is a place where people come to meet and speak, I'm going to suggest you all get up for 45 minutes and go have some coffee and speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to be back for the day of exploration. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members, super owners, super yacht captains, members of the Explorer Club, it's time to come back to the ballroom for the next session. Landing protocol stage 4. This is a new session for you. Please take your seats. Fasten your seatbelt. Richard told me to do this. Please, the one on the coffee break, it's time to get back to your seats. I remember you have the experience from Professor Michel André from the University of Barcelona, who is here, is just in front of me, and he has a headphone for you to listen as a meditative sound experience, the sound under the sea. Please go and see him. The full day is here at your disposal, straight on my direction. You will see as well on the right a painting of the famous Jem Prozac, here for you. Please, everyone, it's time to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. You will have all the day during the lunch, during the break, to talk to the speakers, to do some networking, but please respect all speakers. They're here today. We have a long program. We need to be on time. Please take your seats. Again, this program has been done thanks to the collaboration from the Yacht Club de Monaco and the Explorer Club. Thanks to them again. That's the full program we have today, so we need to be on time, please. Take your seats. Take this opportunity to thank the Yacht Club de Monaco and the Captains Club. We have today 150 captains with an average LOA of 65 meters, so it's an honor to have them here. They are actors of the superyacht industry. Thanks to them, we can organize this, and we do this as well to honor them. So thank to the captains of the Captains Club of the Yacht Club de Monaco. An applause. I call on stage Mr. Richard Wies.
You know, I often say that getting explorers to adhere to a schedule is like herding cats. You know, they don't like to be told what to do. So, where I saw Victor Voskova, show some leadership qualities and get people to sit down. Where is he? Josh, come on, get people to sit down.
Everybody sit down, please.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we finally got that. You know, while everybody is sitting down, I'm sort of remember the first time I walked into the Explorers Club. It was actually in the 1980s. It was the most random of lectures, the Black Bears of Northern New Jersey, but I remember it. But the one thing that I remember most about the Explorers Club is when I got there, I said, I found my tribe. I found my tribe. And you know, it's so heartening to see all the conversations and the friendship that develop as a result of the Explorers Club. And I think in the yachting community it must be the same, that you start seeing the same faces over and over. And there's just a knowing amongst each other. You don't have to explain where Paradise Bay is, maybe in Antarctica. You just know where it is. Or some places, Walker's Cay, you just know where it is and you start talking about what restaurant and all this other stuff. So, you know, with those relationships also come the exchange of ideas, which is really a great introduction to our next speaker. So almost every morning, I either get a text message, an email, or a phone call from our next speaker, Barry Clifford. And Barry is not a classically trained anthropologist. He doesn't have a PhD, but what Barry does is he finds things. And I'm just gonna rattle off a list off the top of my head. Christopher Columbus Santa Maria, Captain Morgan's ship, Captain Kidd's ship, a Knights Templar ruins in Madagascar. I mean, this is what he does. And he does it in a way that's different than most classically trained anthropologists. He will take literature, he will take stories from people, he'll look at paintings. I know he was even talking with James Prozek, who's one of our speakers in this flight, whose artwork is hanging there, and they were talking about Basque fishermen from Portugal and the Iberian Peninsula coming over and cod fishing before Columbus. And that's really how he gets it. So as I say, in life, there are anthropologists and there are people who find things. And Barry Clifford is one of those people who finds things. So he's gonna take you on an extraordinary story of the pirates of Cape Cod. Barry?
Pirate shake with hooks.
This is a pirate shake.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Yeah, I first started exploring, I think, when I was a little kid growing up on Cape Cod, and my uncles. I first started exploring when I grew up on Cape Cod and listening to the stories my uncles would tell in the old fishing shack, you know, in Brewster. And one of the stories, my Uncle Bill, who my other uncles referred to as Uncle Bull, told the story of this pirate ship that wrecked off the back of Cape Cod. And the legend was, as all the old Cape Cod families knew, was, you know, the stories of coins washing up on the beach, people finding things, and, you know, people talking about it in the bar rooms. And as I grew up, you know, years later, thinking about how do you putting all the facts together, where did this all come from? Like stories about Vikings, stories about Templars. There's something behind that. And as a detective, you go and you search the facts, okay? And it started to make sense to me. Wait a minute, something's real about this story. The legend was that Sam Bellamy, who was a pirate, he wasn't at the time, but he came to Wellfleet, Massachusetts to get a crew together to go salvage the 1715 treasure fleet that wrecked in Florida. And he was a young man, probably 24 or 5 years old. And he met this beautiful young woman named Maria Hallett, whose hair was the color of corn silk and her eyes were as blue as the deeps of Gull Pond. And they met under a flowering apple tree in the graveyard. That's one of the legends that I heard. How could I stay away from that, you know? And Bellamy, when he came, they fell in love, he and this young woman, Maria Hallett, and he left for the Caribbean. And he promised that someday he would return with treasure that they salvaged from the 1715 fleet, and they would get married. So he was able to get a crew together. They went to the Caribbean, and several months later, Maria Hallett had Sam Bellamy's baby. And she was a young girl, you know, very, you know, I don't want to guess, but, you know, in her teens, early teens. And subsequently, she hid the baby in a barn, and the baby choked on a straw. This was all legend, and died. And because she was able to, they put her in jail, and because she was able to bewitch the jailer into allowing her to walk in the graveyard, they subsequently tried her as a witch and convicted her. And she was driven to the outside of the Cape, where she built a hut on the back of the Cape. She had a glass-eyed billy goat and a gray cat. Again, these were the legends that I heard. Oh, sorry. And so off she went, and Sam Bellamy went to the Caribbean and hooked up with Blackbeard and a fellow by the name of Labouze, who was from Maine. And he was French. He was an architect who turned pirate. So this is the cover of National Geographic, and of all the treasures in the world, for this special edition, they selected the Whydah treasure for the cover of this magazine. Why? Because it's the only confirmed pirate treasure that's ever been discovered. And it comes from over 50 ships that the pirates had captured. They had captured 53 different ships. So we have this incredible collection of cross-cultural material that's mind-boggling. I've been at this now for 40 years on the Whydah, and we've brought up hundreds of thousands of artifacts, and we've barely scratched the surface. So let me see, next. So this is the Whydah. It was a slave ship, approximately 300 tons, and it was supposed to have approximately 26 cannons on the boat. And it had picked up a shipment of slaves in Africa, brought the slaves back to Jamaica and sold them, and then was headed back to England with the money when it was captured by Sam Bellamy, who decided to turn pirate. And they robbed the ship and kept it. It was a brand new ship. It was actually built in 1716. And this was Bellamy's new ship, and he was headed back to Cape Cod to rendezvous with Maria Hallett. She having no idea that he had turned pirate, and he having no idea that Maria Hallett had been condemned as a witch. So on this boat, the Whydah, which was, and this is the real treasure of the Whydah. I'll tell you in a minute. It's not about gold and silver. It's about the people who were on board this former slave ship, a third of whom were of African origin, most of whom were former slaves. And on board this slave ship, 50 years before George Washington, they were experimenting in democracy. Blacks were free as pirates. In fact, a third of all of the pirates in the golden age of piracy were of African origin, most of whom were former slaves. And that was all covered up. I never saw black pirates when I was a kid growing up on television. Errol Flynn, I didn't realize that a third of all of the pirates were black. And they were experimenting in democracy with Europeans on board this former slave ship, the Whydah. And these bad escaped slaves, escaping from a law-abiding slave trading company, were stealing the money that paid for themselves. That's against the law. And as a teacher growing up, I mean, that's a story kids need to know about. And I promised myself, God bless me, that if I was privileged to find the Widow, I would preserve the shipwreck and tell the story of the Widow. And subsequently, millions of people have seen our exhibits that have traveled around the country and around the world with National Geographic. And we have 2 museums now that are open, and we're building another one in Las Vegas. So that's the real treasure of the Widow. Is that on board this former slave ship, Africans were experimenting in democracy with Europeans. So that's when I realized, and I've never sold 1 coin. That's why I get my coffee at Cumberland Farms every day. You know, millions, and you know, it's a long story. So when Bellamy came back to rendezvous with Maria, his ship was caught in a storm and it wrecked on the beach. And this is the Widow as it's wrecking off Cape Cod, and there are people who robbed ships when they washed ashore. And there were approximately 180 men in Bellamy's crew. 140 were on the Widow at the time, and the rest of his crew was on another vessel they captured called the Mary Ann. And only 8 pirates survived the shipwreck. And Maria Hallett, who was up on the cliffs, supposedly saw the shipwreck, came to the beach the next day. I'm not sure whether she ever found Sam Bellamy or not. But this is what happened, and this is the story that I grew up with as a kid. And Kennedy was John was a good friend of mine, and John, it was just John and me back in the early days. John Kennedy, Jr. And so we, it was a long story, but John's mother was also, she was helping us with she was my agent for a while. And he helped me on the Vineyard diving and would salvage ships when he wasn't, going to school. He'd come and help me work because I worked as a diver. And he got permission to go to the Harvard map room. And there we found this map. The place where I came through with a whaleboat being ordered by the governor, where I buried 102 men drowned. This map was drawn by Cyprian Southhack, who was an accomplished cartographer and also a shipwreck salver. So after the Widow wrecked, he was hired by the governor to salvage the shipwreck. And he drew this map. And Kennedy and I found this map in the Harvard map room. You don't find pirate maps every day where it's... And we also found the trials of the pirates who survived the shipwreck and their testimonies. And one of the pirates testified 50 pounds was added to every man's share. There being 180 men on deck. The money was kept in bags, in chests between decks. So this is what we did. When we heard these, we went out and this is my newer boat. I had an older vessel before this. And we came up with this, unlike the mailboxes we came up with this deflector on the back of the boat where we were able to divert the prop wash down and divert the sand away because the ship was covered up with sand. After the ship wrecked, it was completely covered in sand. And you can see where a mailbox, how it digs through the sand, because what we discovered when we first went there, Kennedy dove down, came up, this was in 1983, and said there's nothing but sand. We expected treasure chests, mermaids, but it was just sand. So we had to come up with a way to do it. And Mel Fisher, who you all heard of from Florida, was involved with me back in the very early days and helped me, with the mailbox diversion. And we started finding bags of treasure. Here's the thing about things being, artifacts being buried under the sand. They're in this anaerobic atmosphere. Nothing is disturbed. I mean, cloth, everything. We had to dig down 20 feet of sand to get to this level, down to a layer of Pleistocene glacial till. But nobody believed that we found the shipwreck, you know. But state historian remains unconvinced after finding bags and bags of treasure. And that's the story of my life, believe me. It's the same with the Santa Maria, story. I don't know who that guy is up there. And then we found this under 20 feet of sand, a bell. It's a ship's bell. I'll hurry up here. It's the front page of the New York Times. Watch this. We chipped it away. That was in a concretion. The Witta Galley, 1716. I had 1 million girlfriends the next day. And this is our vessel, the Vast Explorer, and this is where we're diving right now. We've brought up less than 10%. I'm going to go this through Richard's real quickly here. But we've got so much more to do. We have hundreds of thousands of artifacts that are still encapsulated within concretions like this. This is my youngest son, Brandon, who's been with me since diving and working with us since he's been a little kid. And you can see where we brought up this cannon that's heavily concreted. Now, inside these cannons, as inside these barrels, which is in our laboratory, they're all filled with artifacts. Those barrels some of them have coins in them. And right here, can anybody see that pistol? That's the X-ray of the pistol right there. That's the pistol after we've conserved it. We have hundreds of concretions like that from the 80s that we haven't taken apart yet, because I had a price last year of more than $20 million to conserve everything we've brought up. And we've already conserved hundreds of thousands of artifacts. And there's the pistol after it's been conserved. This, you see the object on the top. I'm sure you've all walked right by that on the beach. These you can see spoons, musket balls, coins, a barrel of a pistol that's bent. And that's what's inside the lump at the top. All of those coins. This is all gold here. And as I said, we have hundreds of these that haven't been opened yet. And that's what's inside these concretions. This is from one dive last year where we found a whole new section of the wreck. We've never found one manila bracelet in the last 40 years. And we found 1,000, in the last, on a couple of dives last year. And storms have, we've been unable to get back to that spot again because of weather conditions and the water's so murky. You can see the coins. This is the way they came up off the bottom in that condition, just because they're in that deep anaerobic environment. You can see here, Witta Galley, 1713, which freaked us out because the bell said 1716. But Bellamy had two other, Captain Prince, who was the captain of the Witta, had two other ships called the Witta before, the one in 1716. This was for a long time ago. And we have thousands and thousands of coins that, and again, unlike a Spanish galleon that was carrying freshly minted coins, we have coins from over 50 ships. And many of them are just like priceless, one of a kind, and we've never sold one artifact. And I promised myself, and I found this document that I wrote in one of my old logs the other day, and that if I'm allowed to find this treasure, I promise we're going to conserve it, build museums, and influence children. And that's what we've done. So thank you very much. flooding.
Just an interesting side note on this whole thing. Now, everybody saw the picture of John Kennedy Jr. Nina Lanza actually swooned. And Nina, you don't realize this, but in 1983, Nina Lanza came to visit me in my fraternity house. She was this big. She was not even a year old. And you did meet John Kennedy because he lived in my frat house. So if you want to see how the world goes around in a circle, that swooning actually meant something because you had met him before. So 6 degrees of John Kennedy and Nina Lanza. So, I think that there are so many experts on here on just a variety of subjects. And to me, what always sets experts apart is really what they do with that knowledge and how they work with local communities. Our next speaker, Dr. Rachel Graham, who I've had the pleasure of diving with, to me, what impressed me most when visiting her at that time in Belize is just how embedded in the community she was, and that every person was a stakeholder in her research. And to me, one of our goals is communication of science. And unless you have other people who don't have PhDs like Rachel, Barry, you don't have a PhD, so, but whatever. But the whole idea of making people stakeholders wherever we work. So Rachel, while your expertise of sharks is amazing, what you do with it is even more amazing. So please give a warm welcome to Rachel Graham.
Thank you so much. Lovely, thank you very much. And you know what they say about PhDs, that they're piled higher and deeper, so. So I want to talk a little bit about the many approaches and platforms that we can have to save sharks. And I'm actually really thrilled that this entire session is called Chasing Dragons, because a few weeks ago, I decided to start watching Game of Thrones. Now, for those of you who may not know Game of Thrones, fabulous series on HBO. It's all about bloodthirsty power struggles, intimate moments, if you want to call them that, and dragons. And in fact, you don't even have to go to a realm of the imaginary. I think we have that happening a lot around the world right now. But in episode 2, what really caught my attention were 2 people sitting in a bathtub talking about dragons, as one does, sitting in a bathtub. And she says to him, "Have you ever seen a dragon?" And he says, "No, they disappeared long before my time." And she said, "Oh, I so wish I could see a dragon." And I thought, that's me. Not in the bathtub, of course, but that was me. I was like, I want to see dragons. And in fact, that is exactly how I started out 25 years ago, chasing my dragons, which are the sharks and rays of the world, that a lot of people don't have the opportunity to see and experience. And one of those species, it's a large species of ray. It's one of the 1,250 species of sharks, rays, chimeras, and skates that have been described to date. And every month we're describing new. It's actually the large-toothed sawfish. I've been searching for Pristis pristis for 25 years. This is one of the largest animals on Earth. It is one of the most critically endangered vertebrates. It can measure up to 23 feet or 7 meters. And there are hardly any of them left in the world. I decided to make this part of my journey of chasing dragons and trying to find this species because hardly anybody had ever seen them in their lifetime. And one of the reasons for that is because we've seen unfortunately, a gross decline in a whole host of species. Oh, I think we went past there we go. Whole host of species worldwide in sharks and rays, primarily because of fisheries. A lot of people say, oh, is it pollution? Is it something else? But it's actually directed fisheries. And fisheries using nets from small boats all the way out to industrial sized boats and more, which is actually leading to 37% of sharks and rays being threatened with extinction per our assessments in the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. And unfortunately, with the large-toothed sawfish, there are only a few lifeboat populations left around the world. They used to be in at least 57 countries. Now, if they're in 20, good luck. And a lot of people think it's really shark fins are one of the main drivers, but actually it's increasingly becoming the meat, which you see in the middle picture there. And so combined, we have seen declines of 90 to 99% in shark populations, and rays even more because we know even less about rays. And if it's not the demand for the meat and the fin products, there's some other odd demands that occur with species like the sawfish. The teeth, for example, are really sought after by cockfighting organizers. They use the teeth to put onto spurs so that their cocks will be the winning animals. So, if they didn't have a hard enough problem fighting off the gill nets, then there's demand for them in that way. So you might ask, how are we going to reverse these incredible declines in population numbers and in species that you see around the world? And why are they even important? Well, a lot of people have told you sharks play an incredibly important role in the ecosystem, and that's absolutely true. They're kind of like the police in the coral reefs or in the oceans. They make sure that other populations of fish are well regulated and more. And they've found a lot of ties with the health of coral reefs and populations of sharks and such. So how do we reverse? How do we bring back these sharks, restore these populations? Well, one of the first things we need to do is we need to actually work where the sharks exist. And the greatest diversity of sharks occur in coastal areas. For 50% of species, those 1,200 plus species, occur in coastal areas. And who else occurs in coastal areas? Fishermen, people on the front line, people who can decide the fate of the future generations of sharks and more, the people that we need to inspire to actually become the stewards of shark populations. And what we found over 25 years is that very little information existed in a lot of tropical countries about the status of sharks outside of the fisheries. So what better to change an ethos and get people exploring from the communities than engaging them in the science of sharks, democratizing the exploration, democratizing the science. And so what we do is we go out with small-scale fishers in these pangas. I mentioned pirogues and pangas as some of our main platforms. And we do catch the sharks, so we use a lot of their knowledge to catch the animals, but we flipped the script. Now they're not fishing the sharks anymore to kill them and to sell their meat, fins, and such. Now, their job is to try and keep them alive. And one of the best ways of keeping them alive is keeping them in the water. You've seen a lot of, let's haul these sharks on the back of boats and all the rest. We try to really not have that because we want to keep these animals in as good a condition as possible. We want them to be happy and healthy because they live long lives. Just to give you an idea, this is a Caribbean reef shark on the side of the boat, worked up by my wonderful, incredible team. We're working across 5 countries. We have 86 people, including community and fisher researchers. That Caribbean reef is going to be about 15 years old. It'll take 8 to 10 years to reach maturity. And many of these large-bodied species of sharks will take 10, 15 years if it's a bull shark, 30 years if it's a whale shark. And if it's a Greenland shark, like Emmanuel and Guilain got to see under the ice, that's going to take it about 150 years to reach sexual maturity. Imagine waiting 150 years for your first date. I can't. So what do? We inculcate in all the science, but we try to keep it simple because we need just basic baseline information. We need to know how many sharks we have, how big are they at size at maturity, are they male, are they female? We need to know that we haven't counted the same ones again and again, so we tag them. And in the case of special species like this critically endangered great hammerhead, which hardly anybody knows much about around the world, and it's a circumtropical species, we put satellite tags on, and those are wonderful. They're the Ferrari of tags because they help us understand where these animals go to, what their preferences are in the water column, what kind of temperatures do they like, depths they go to, and more. And I just want to give you an example of a 12-foot female hammerhead we tagged a few months ago with a team of fishers. And this was actually taken by some of our expeditioners who join us for this incredibly immersive experience and help underwrite the cost of maintaining and building our relationships with traditional fishers throughout many countries. Hope you don't get sick from the movement of the boat. Hope you took Dramamine. Do the tail. Do the tail.
Swim free.
These are former shark fishers who are now so unbelievably proud that they've managed to catch and keep alive and start tracking a great hammerhead, which we've been trying to do for several years, but there's so few of them left, they're very hard to find, tag, and track. And she gave us a lot of data over several months. And it's not just sharks, because there are other megafauna in the sea that are actually falling prey to the same fishing pressures. We also work with large sea turtles. This one is a male loggerhead in Cape Verde, working with Jean, who is an amazing turtle wrangler. He's also a fisher. And as you can see, the head the size of a bowling ball, as if male turtles didn't have enough issues with poaching at sea and being caught in nets. There's also even a demand for their penises, hemipenes. So they really are struggling around the world. And there's one other aspect. You all know about rising temperatures and climate change. Well, when sea turtles nest, the temperature of the nest is going to determine the sex of the sea turtle. And as these temperatures are rising, we're getting more and more females. In Cape Verde, some nests are exclusively female hatchlings. So we don't even have enough males to go around, and we don't even know much about male behavior and male migration. And this was identified as a key need around the world. Well, what better than to work with turtle poachers, just like we work with shark poachers. And this is to give you an idea of another team of fishers also helping gather data on male turtles. Again, the use of small boats, very useful for getting those turtles in and out of the boat. And this animal weighed 350 pounds. And the guys are so excited because they got to catch it, satellite tag it. All these guys are doing the satellite tagging themselves. And you can tell by the length of the tail that that is a big old male. And in fact, we think that that turtle was around when Churchill was walking the halls of Westminster. So that's how old they can get. But what if you can't catch turtles? What's another approach? And you can't catch sharks. What's another approach? You can do something really low cost. You can put cameras underwater. You've all heard about camera trapping on land. Well, you can do that underwater with a GoPro and a bunch of bait and some PVC. And all of you who have boats, etc., you can join in this effort to start really visualizing what's going on underwater. And this has been actually a game changer for many because human behavior, or humans, will influence the distribution of sharks and large megafauna. So if you put something down there which can just see these animals in their own space, that makes a big difference. And these are really critical data to gather because, as you may know, we have a very big goal to actually protect 30% of the world's seas by 2030. How do we know if we're reaching that goal? How do we know if the marine protected areas that we've actually established are actually working? You need to constantly monitor. And that's why these camera traps, that's why involving fishers is so incredibly important. And this is an area that hardly had any sharks. It's an atoll off of the coast of Belize called Lighthouse Reef Atoll. I invite you to come and join me there. It's amazing. 7 sharks in one shot. So we saw that over the years and some of the policies that we'd helped put in place are actually finally working. We can tell these are young sharks, so we're seeing good recruitment, which is huge. But sometimes we can't do everything out of small boats. We need to work off of larger platforms. Lloyd's of London had mentioned to me that we lose about 13,000 small-scale fishers and small boats a year to bad inclement weather, and that has actually happened to even our member of crew. But we had the great fortune in Cape Verde to have Monaco Explorations come down, work with our traditional fishers. You see the size of the boat we work out, and then the Monaco Explorations boat. Thank you, Monaco. And again, it got us to some far offshore atolls where we were able to get some work done with whale sharks and tiger sharks and establish the first or two-way oceanic movement of a tiger shark, a female that went from Cape Verde to Brazil, probably for caipirinhas and samba, and then decided she wanted to go back to Cape Verde because the dancing is actually better. And the fishers all named her Kalema after their favorite group, their favorite singing group. And she was a huge hit in Cape Verde. And this is the crew. I think it's the first time that Monaco Exploration had traditional fishers on board, and a big shout out to Pierre Gilles, who helped make it all possible. And I just mentioned the coffee maker because if you own a boat, have a lot of coffee makers on hand, the fishers basically told me that was their favorite part of the big boat. Not the platform or anything else, it was the Nespresso coffee makers on every single deck. So you might ask, did I finally find that big dragon that I was chasing? Yes. But wait, it was through filtering liters and liters of water, having DNA from the environment stick to a filter, and then analyzing that filter that said, yes, there are large-toothed sawfish here. I'm like, but where are they? And sometimes it's not about us, the people who have all the privilege to be able to get onto these big boats and do this exploration. It's about the people who are at the front lines, who are going to make the difference in the conservation of the species that we want to see for generations to come. And that is why I'm so excited that the first sawfish that had been captured in over 20 years in Central America was caught by my local crew of indigenous Imbera Wonan people in the Darien of Panama. Jairo Cunampio is amazing. He's an inspiration in himself. He gathered a large fisher team. They measured, sampled, and released that sawfish. And so what we've done is we've gone from several communities where people were actually catching and poaching sawfish to community sawfish investigators, CSI, I know. I like my references to the TV shows. To, and I love this, Dionysos with, oh wait, where's my, oh, I was gonna show you it's not working, sorry, Kevin. It's okay, I can share it with you later. He is releasing a neonate large-toothed sawfish that he had caught, and it is so cute. And I can show you at another time. Anyway, so they've now become sawfish stewards. And we're looking forward to expanding this work so much more because this is one of the world's last lifeboat populations, and it is the first nursery site for large-toothed sawfish in all of the Americas that has been identified, one of the few in the actual world. And we've also roped in the kids. We do a lot of kids education, but very importantly, the women rule in the households, and there are some incredible artisans in the Darien region of Panama. They make incredible basketry. We asked them, would you like to try making sawfish basketry? They said, we'd love it. And we've done incredibly well at selling their basketry. And they are part of the families that go and fish on the rivers and incentivize further release of the sawfish. So I just want to finish with a couple of notes on it's so important when you are all traveling and exploring, travel with purpose. There's so many things that you can do to build up our knowledge and database through citizen science, be it iNaturalist. If you have a cruise ship, please take a picture of this slide. I can share it with you later. If you are cruising in a boat, fantastic. There's all kinds of things, all kinds of data that you can collect. Come and talk to me. I can tell you a lot more about that. And if you have a yacht, please come and talk to me. Manna from heaven for us. But I'm just going to skip to the last bit, which is you have the opportunity for spreading marine science diplomacy and inspiring so many people in all the countries, many kids, many decision makers, where you go. So with that, I say we need, sorry this is hackneyed, but we need all hands on deck. Get out there. There's a lot of exploration to do. Do it with our local communities and help us save sharks.
Rachel, first I want to tell you something. Game of Thrones is not real. And I know you're binge watching it, and it's made your lectures a little more sexually charged. And I dare use this phrase, if you haven't watched the last season, don't. It jumps the shark. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Or, you know, I think often as explorers we're asked to blue sky things. People always come up and said, if you could create this, what would you do? Just give me the blue sky. And then the reality of your situation happens. Our next speaker, Nina Jensen from Rev Ocean, has been able to blue sky something. She has set forth with the audacious goal of building the best exploration boat that she possibly can. And so not only is she building the best exploration ship that she can, but she's going to ask you, now that she has it, what would you do with it? Please welcome Nina Jensen.
Thank you so much, and it's such a pleasure to be here among some of the brightest and most inspirational people on the planet and get the privilege to ask you, how do we actually save life in the ocean? Because the ocean is absolutely amazing. It's a treasure chest in every shape of the word, and it's also absolutely essential for all life on this planet. It provides us with the oxygen that we breathe, it feeds us, it regulates our climate, it transports our goods, it provides us with livelihoods, inspiration, pretty much everything that we need to have a good life. But despite its importance, we are treating it as a massive waste dump. In our lifetime alone, which is a nanosecond in the planet's existence, over the past 40 years, we've lost more than 40% of life in the ocean. And the situation is escalating as a result of overfishing, climate change, and plastic pollution. It's purely a man-made problem, so clearly it's our responsibility to fix it. And that's in part what we're hoping to do with the Rev Ocean initiative. So we are currently building the world's largest and most advanced research and expedition vessel. She will be approximately 200 meters in length, which is 639 feet, can hold up to 106 people. We'll be going all over the world. It's ice class, not an icebreaker, but that pretty much enables us to go everywhere we want to and need to go. And we will invite explorers, scientists, young kids, anyone that has a great idea, a possible solution to fix the problems in the ocean, to come out with us for free, to get the science that we need, test the technologies that can be the solution, and hopefully collaborate and bring all of these solutions to life. Can you make this video work, Kevin? If not, thank you. So to avoid this ship just being yet another research vessel, of course, the critical aspect of it is what do we fill it with? Where do we go? What do we explore? Who do we bring on board? What are the most promising solutions that need scaling, and how do we show this to the world? And this is, of course, what I would love to engage all of you in a conversation. But let me just tell you a few things about the capabilities of the ship. So on board, we will have, as I said, state-of-the-art research equipment. We will have a Triton submarine that can take 3 people down to 2,300 meters. We'll have an ROV that can do sampling down to 6,000 meters. We have a scientific troll system that can take samples down to 4,000 meters, and it actually has a vacuum hose system that pumps the samples directly into the lab, and a face recognition technology so that hopefully we will only get the fish that we need for the science that we're doing and not everything else. So it saves life in the ocean, but of course also saves time for the scientist. Kevin, can you get it to move? Thank you. And in addition, we, of course, will have a multitude of autonomous vehicles, gliders, drones, to be able to do much more sampling than one ship could do alone. And we'll also have state-of-the-art communications equipment and outreach and multiple programs to educate kids, engage local communities, and an artist-in-residence program. So trying to do a multitude of things at the same time. So in many ways, I find that this is a bit like James Bond meets science, but ultimately our goal is one healthy ocean, or simply put, to save life in the ocean. But a ship alone will not do that. It's all a matter of the people that are on board, and of course we hope that many of you will join us on this mission. And that's why I wanted to open the floor for questions, but also input from all of you. How do we save life in the ocean? Where do we go? What should we do? What areas should be explored? What kind of promising solutions are out there that we really should make sure to include on board the vessel? So with that, there are a number of mics in the audience. I really hope to see some hands in terms of suggestions and or questions. We'd also welcome, of course, suggestions to types of technology or things that we may not already have on board that we should be including. Perfect. There's a lady here in the front, if you have the mics. No?
Thank you very, very, very much for what it seems to bring the 22nd century to the 21st. I mean, it's smashing. Everybody's even more excited than we already were as explorers to this amazing club to help contribute to the advancement of science and exploration. The next generations, of course, is youth, which is one of my fortes as an environmental economist. How are you going to involve them? Do you do live streamings? What is the outreach? And also to mainstream this science to all people around the world, because it's everybody's invitation now to contribute to the evolution to a sustainable development.
Thank you, and I love the question. Of course, it's critically important. So one of the things that we are exploring is working title Blue Planet Academy, where we're wanting to combine game show with like America's Got Talent for kids between the ages of 12 to 25 to pitch their idea for a science project or a particular solution, and then we'll pick 20 to 25 of these kids per year to come out with us on the vessel. We'll also have dedicated science communicators and work with some of the best communicators around the world to really make sure that we're translating the science and making it understood, but also using gaming technologies and new types of technologies that are now available to really engage the younger audiences, because, I mean, ultimately they will be the ones trying to fix what we've caused.
Question over there.
Hey Nina, Jeremy McCain, founder and CEO of OCN.ai, also a fellow explorer. Last year, or the year before, we discovered almost 5,000 new species undiscovered in the Clarion-Clipperton zone, where deep sea mining is slated to happen. Hopefully it does not. Is there any plans to explore those regions that are untouched? Because as our dear friend Dr. Sylvia Earle has once said, is that we have a 99% chance of discovering even more species we've never seen before, and that's something that excites me very much.
We would love to, and of course it will be the scientific community and people like yourself that will be guiding us in terms of where we go. We plan to share an itinerary 3 to 5 years in advance where, you know, we've shaped more or less the route of where we will go, but then the proposals from people around the world will be dictating exactly what we do. So as I said, these people will be allowed to come on board the vessel for free. But it's a prerequisite that what we do is not just for the sake of science, but it has to be solutions focused. So trying to actually fix some of the problems in the ocean while doing, of course, amazing science and discoveries at the same time. So great suggestion. Yes, I'd love to explore that.
What class of mapping sonar are you equipping her with?
I honestly cannot answer that, but it's well described on our webpage. I'm sure that it's best in class, but if it's not, then we'll make sure that it is.
Hi, my name is Dennis from Arxen. At the moment, the charity donations going to the ocean is less than 1%, even though the ocean represents more than 70% of this amazing world. So how can we, yourself and us, raise more to continue this great work?
Thank you for that question. And I think that's one of the beauties of this ship. I must admit, as an ocean activist, this super yacht looking research vessel made me somewhat uncomfortable to begin with. But I think now it's one of the things that makes me most excited for that exact reason. So 2/3 of the time, the ship will be doing science and expeditions, but then 1/3 of the time it will be chartered out to high-end individuals worldwide. And of course, my hope is that we will be able to increase it's not actually less than 1%. I think it's less than 0.01% of global philanthropy that is currently going towards the ocean. If we could only increase that by 10% or bring it up to 1% or 10%, that would of course make a huge difference for everyone exploring the ocean and or needing investments into their ocean solutions. So we hope to both inspire and engage this community to understand the importance of the ocean, how amazing it is, and what the solutions are out there that need investments, and hopefully through that be a bigger part of the solution. Gentleman in the back.
I just have a question regarding you want to involve young students. Could it be also a solution to involve different universities around the world as a study case? Because then they are very dynamic to develop some ideas about that, to find solutions maybe.
Absolutely. So we have been engaging up until now with a number of universities and science institutions all over the world. And initially we reached out to them to say, okay, we're building this ship. What kind of science equipment should we put on board? And what is currently lacking in the research platforms that are currently available. And then we took the entire wish list that the scientists came up with and we packed it into the ship. And of course, these are the same institutions that will be guiding what kind of research missions we will be embarking on. So whether we will have dedicated partnerships with these universities or institutions, I don't know. I think we'll just be open to anyone who has a brilliant idea to come on board, but good idea, yes. In the front.
Good morning, my name is Miguel Tovar. I'm running a conservation project in Uruguay in fresh waters. So would you be also open to any kind of freshwater exploration and analysis?
I'll need to think about that. I mean, there's so much ocean actually out there to be covered. Less than 10% of the ocean is explored. So I find it really hard to prioritize. I might add this to the list because it's also important. But for the time being, our main priorities are solving plastic pollution, climate change, and overfishing in the ocean. And then we'll see if we expand once we've solved that.
Thank you very much. Just to follow up on the university point, it feels like some good work has come out of convening politicians and lawmakers and regulators and scientists, multidisciplinary groups, and getting them out of their proverbial comfort zone and having them mix it up and think about how to collaborate in solutions. Just curious if you have any plans along those lines.
Absolutely, and I think that will be one of the key elements of the vessel. It's actually not organizing big conferences, but smaller convenings, workshops, meetings where the right people get together, discuss what the problems are and how to scale up the solutions. So most definitely that will be a core part of what we do. And the vessel is, of course, uniquely developed for exactly that purpose, with a lot of comfortable space, I would say, on board to have the really critical conversations. And of course, if you have the right stakeholders stuck on a boat for several days or weeks at a time, there's no place to escape. So we'll force you into developing the solutions. And of course, my dream is to be able to bring some of the really key decision makers and real-time influencers down in our submarine to see firsthand what is actually going on. What impacts will deep sea mining have? And you can see the extraordinary life there and what you are about to decide to destroy. What about the unique coral reefs at the depths? What is happening? How do we save them? Why should we protect them? Why should we care? Bring them down to the spawning grounds, see the amazing large fish, and what are the efforts that are ongoing and needed to save them. I think this will make a huge impact, of course, bringing people and bringing to life what they're making decisions about every single day and seeing it themselves.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to know what kind of initiatives you might have employed for indigenous people wherever you travel.
So it will be an absolute requirement for all the different projects that are invited to come on board to include local communities and representatives. We'll also develop a proper capacity building and mentorship program, and our owner, a very specific requirement for him is to provide opportunities for people that wouldn't otherwise be able to come on board a research vessel. So we'll do, for all the areas that we're going to go to, we'll do specific mapping of indigenous communities, key people in the local communities that have insights, knowledge that are essential to solving the problems in that local area to actually be invited to come on board.
Thank you, Martin. That was one of my questions, too. I was just asked to introduce myself, so that was Martin. I was just speaking. I'm Lisa Sani, and in so many ways, you're going to be an exemplar for many others to follow and learn from in terms of what you're doing. So I'm curious how your boat? What kind of energy sources are you going to use? What kind of implements will people be eating and sleeping in? How will you get them to the boat, in terms of trying to set good examples that way of sustainable living while researching, while exploring? Because I think so many of us feel fortunate to be privileged in the world to get to go around, but we're more and more aware of the costs of any single person doing anything. So how can you also, and how are you setting an example for how we can live our lives and explore in better ways?
Thank you, and that's a great question to round off this session. Of course, when we started building this ship, we were hoping for it to be fully electric. Of course, since we're going to all ocean areas on the world and to some of the most remote places as well, there aren't really any fueling or charging stations in the middle of the Southern Ocean at the moment. So it does provide some challenges. So we are a hybrid. We're diesel electric. We have large battery packs on board, solar power and energy recovery systems on board to really make sure that we're minimizing our energy consumption as much as possible. But no doubt we will have a huge footprint, and we will be open and transparent about that. But we are, of course, trying to minimize it as much as possible. So we're aiming to be a zero plastic vessel. We have a dedicated uniform program where we're trying to eliminate completely plastics and polyester and those kind of synthetic fibers from our uniforms. The same goes for duvets and everything else. We will have a specific focus on the food that we serve, so ideally it's mostly locally sourced but also sustainable, and will enable people to learn how to cook with seaweed and other types of food that they may not traditionally do. And the same goes throughout all of our operations, really. And we may not have thought of everything. If you have specific suggestions, we'd, of course, welcome that as we further develop. The ship will be ready to set sail in 2026. It's been a long, winding road to get there. We were supposed to be ready in 2020. As we speak today, the ship is actually being cut in half to solve some of the challenges with the weight in the construction, and then put together after Easter. So fingers crossed, all goes well. We'll set sail in 2026, and I really hope to invite many of you to join us on this mission so that ultimately we can save life in the ocean. Thank you.
I think you're going to be a very popular person at lunch. Why do I feel this? I did have a question from Rachel Graham. She said, are you going to have an espresso machine? Coffee. Actually, she's going to have a barista, but on top of that, hydroponically, they're going to grow their own coffee. So that's your question answered there. So, there are between 6,000 and 7,000 languages spoken on Earth. But I always say that there's a few universal languages: food, music, art, dance. I think no matter what culture you go to, everybody recognizes that. So when we started this whole conclave here, I said our objective is really to have you look at the ocean or water differently. And so now we're going to take an artist perspective, because I think that, I think people were talking about poachers in various areas. When you are intense on either trapping an animal or capturing it in art, you have to get to know it. And so our next speaker, James Prozek, started as an artist, but he really quickly became to the intersection of science. So please give a welcome to my neighbor in Connecticut, James Prozek.
Thank you. Thanks. Originally, it was supposed to be a discussion with Richard, but then I was told I only have 10 minutes to talk, so I'm going to use all of the talking time. Where's Kevin giving me the hand signals? Okay, there you are. Richard, thank you for inviting me to be here today. I'm not a scientist, as Richard said. I'm an artist, which is just a label, but it's a label I haven't used until the last couple of years because it kind of carries a lot of weight, but I like it because it's a very ambiguous label. You can do pretty much anything under that label of artist, but I think artists and scientists have a lot in common because we both sort of make observations in the world, document and record experiences. We just do it in a different way. Science is a little more systematic. Artists are more feral. So I live in southwestern Connecticut in a town called Easton. My father introduced me to birds when I was young. He grew up in Brazil, fell in love with birds as a child there. The most consistent way that I've personally made my explorations are through drawing. I found that drawing is a way to internalize experiences in a really profound way. Anyone who's sat down on a trip or at home and actually observes a landscape and makes a drawing, there's something, for me at least, that's sort of magical that happens, and I remember those experiences more when I make a drawing. I think I can go in a lot of different directions, but I think drawing is one of the most important kind of technologies we've ever kind of come up with. Did someone, let's see, oh that, I think it kind of evolved from observing marks that animals make in the landscape. So animal tracks, we learned how to read the landscape through these residues of experience in the soil. And when we took that technology off the ground and put it on a surface that we could see it and observe it, like a handprint on a wall, that was kind of the beginning of recorded experience, the beginning of written language, the beginning of recorded history. So for whatever reason, I've drawn since I was a little kid. This is a drawing of a bird called a warbler. It's a copy of a drawing by Roger Tory Peterson, who sort of was the first person to create the field guide. And I was copying John James Audubon, also a bird painter. And I lived, this is young James with a bird that died flying into the window of our living room. A magnolia warbler, and my father wasn't afraid to pick up a dead bird and put it in my hands. So I was drawing from nature already interpreted by people like Audubon, but then I had access to direct real nature, and the experience of holding that warm, very almost weightless bird in my hands was really important, and really stuck with me. So a lot of my work is about kind of making direct observations in the world and interacting with people. A few of the speakers have talked about how important it is to meet and interact with local people and what gifts they can give you. But after birds, my first really profound childhood passion was for these colorful fishes of cold water streams and lakes called trout. Many of you know them, truite, or whatever language you speak. But in Connecticut, our native trout is the brook trout, and I fell in love with these little colorful fishes and started drawing them. And I couldn't find a book in the local library. When I grew up, there wasn't an internet when I was younger, so my father said we'd go to the library to learn about things. I couldn't find a book on the trout of North America, so I started researching trout and thinking I could put together a book on the trout of North America. So at 10 years old, I was writing letters to departments of wildlife around the country, asking what kind of trout live here and there. And these biologists who'd studied a particular type of trout in Nevada or California or Wyoming or Maine sent really nice responses to this, kid who was writing these handwritten letters asking what kind of trout lived there. And I developed correspondences with them. When I got my driver's license at 16, I started driving around the country in the summer, actually visiting these people and seeing these fish. And it was really not about drawing like a standardized animal to represent an entire species in a field guide, but really about painting an individual that I had a personal experience with. And something I kind of learned at a very early age was I was trying to make a list of all the species of trout in North America for this book I wanted to do as a teenager. But no two biologists could agree on how many species there were. And not only that, they couldn't agree on what a species even was. So the field guide model that I'd grown up with, where there's a picture of a bird and a name, and they're all lined up like soldiers in a battalion, I thought everything had been figured out. But as it turns out, there's a very strange relationship between language and the world. Words are just a map that we use to navigate the world, but they're a reduced version of the world. We use the word tree to represent all trees in the world because we can't name every individual tree Harry, Tom, Josephine, because you'd have a phone book that's way too thick. It would be like making a map that's the same size as the world. It wouldn't be useful because a map, in order to be useful, has to be a reduction of the actual world. So I started to see this sort of discrepancy between names and the things that they represented. One of the most famous paintings that just sort of approaches this subject is René Magritte's painting of a pipe, and underneath it says, "This is not a pipe," because it's a painting of a pipe, it's not a pipe. But we communicate through representations. As a fisherman, I communicated with trout, 5 minutes. As a kid, I communicated with trout through these little lures that we use that represent like a fly that the fish eats. So essentially, the human brain thinks it looks like an insect, and if the fish brain thinks it looks like an insect, you're communicating through this little representation. It's in a way how I communicated my love of trout through paintings. So eventually, I did a book on the trout of North America, which I would talk about more, but I only have 4 minutes. And then I did a book on the trout of Europe, Asia, and North Africa, because I learned that there were trout all over the northern hemisphere. All the trout in the southern hemisphere are introduced. So that was a really good excuse. As many of you who have passions, they become a vehicle for you to travel around the world. So I wanted to try to find a trout I got in my head in southeast Turkey. So I found this guy in Austria who was equally passionate about trout, who's a baker by profession. And I spent 7 years traveling with him around Central Asia and East Asia and headwaters of the Tigris River near the border with Iraq to look for this trout from the Tigris River that nobody had ever really documented before. These are trout from the northern island of Hokkaido, Japan, Char technically. I did a book traveling the latitude line of my home around the world, fishing 41 degrees north, which is a good latitude for trout. This is a Mongolian rental car. And a few people talked about the people you meet. We're looking for these rare grayling, a sort of type of salmonid fish in Mongolia, and this boy just walks out of nowhere holding one for us. So the researchers just show themselves. So then after painting a lot of trout, I'd been exposed to ocean fish before, but it's different. It's a little more difficult because with a trout, you can actually catch the fish, bring it out of the water, observe it, and paint it. And one of the things I was trying to document was the beauty of these fish before the colors fade. I'm not painting them under the water. A lot of people here research under the water. To me, the most beautiful moment in an interaction with a fish is when you take it out of its element and bring it into yours, and it's sort of sparkling in the sun. It has its own internal energy, and it's pulsing with colors and light. It's also dying and asphyxiating, so it's sort of this boundary between life and death. But then it also is reflecting the world around it, because a lot of, especially ocean fish, are like mirrors. So it's interacting with the sunlight in a different way. So ocean fish are hard to see because a lot of the time they live really deep in the water, but there's a few kind of moments where you can have an opportunity to see a free-swimming large fish. And I knew that after research and having conversations with people that for the bluefin tuna, for instance, I would have to go on a harpoon boat where they're actually chasing these fish down. They're spotting them from airplanes, the airplane's working with the captain on the boat. There's a platform off the bow of the boat that's almost as long as the boat. In Cape Cod, where Barry's from, they call it a pulpit, which is a very New England word. Up in Nova Scotia, where I went to see a swordfish to paint, they call it a stand, but they call them stick boats too because they have this stick sticking off of it, because that's where the harpooner runs out to actually throw the spear at the fish. But you have this opportunity to actually see a free-swimming fish in the water that's several hundred pounds, but then also the fish, as it's dying, being brought on the deck of a boat where I can also, if it's going to be killed anyway, I might as well have the opportunity to measure it, see it, and collect as much information as I can about this experience with this fish to paint it life size. So the goal was to paint a number of individual large life-size ocean fishes as individuals, like portraits of an individual, not like a swordfish or bluefin tuna to represent all swordfish and tuna in a species, because I'm trying to work against the the reduction of communication, like bluefin tuna. We assume they're all the same, but they're not. They have their own scars and scabs and residue of their personal experiences in the ocean. Like a big great white shark has a lot of marks on it from being, they're trying to eat a seal and the seal's trying to get away, and the seal's got teeth, it's got claws, or maybe they have really aggressive mating rituals. We don't know. How much longer? I'm good? Okay. I've been given more time. Are you guys hungry? All right, I won't abuse that privilege, but thank you. So this is in Cape Cod. This guy invented the tuna zapper, so it's sort of more humane, but also preserves the meat better. They harpoon the fish, and then there's an electrical source connected to the harpoon head. The fish is electrocuted, it floats up to the surface, and then they bring it on board the deck. But photography can't really capture it, but you can see these things are sort of shimmering and sparkling. An 850-pound fish is a really quite amazing thing to see. And these shapes and colors kind of come and go. They're like a TV screen. Or I don't even have words or metaphors to describe it. But I try to capture it. But you can see the people on the boat, their reflections in the fish. So there's all these things happening at the same time. And I'm thinking of how can I capture this moment. I'm not trying to make an accurate depiction of a fish necessarily, but just document a personal experience with paper, paint brushes, and pigment suspended in, some tree sap. And I end up with something like this, a painting of a bluefin tuna, which was actually exhibited in Monaco in 2010 in this big group show about oceans called Oceanomania, curated by an artist named Mark Dion. This is in Cape Verde Islands, where I went to see. It was at the time one of the more reliable places in the world to see a big blue marlin to paint. And they usually kill them and bring them into the market and give them to the local people. So again, it was an opportunity to see potentially, if you caught one, a big blue marlin, and they're spectacular fish, and then see it alive and dead in that transitional area between life and death. And then the painting on the wall, which looks distorted but from here. But I try to show up close, this is of the painting, really the sides of these fish are these beautiful shimmering abstractions. And if you take the kind of outline of the fish away, it's just kind of like marks. And the eyes, you can see a silhouette of a person in the eyeball, because I wanted to show the human element, not extract that from the whole thing. So the last couple slides are just about trying to see a swordfish, which is a fish that spends most of its life really deep in the oceans. We don't know anything about their reproductive history. A few people have commented on how little we know about what's happening in the oceans. You can't really observe a swordfish free swimming in the water, except for a few places in the world where swordfish have, I don't understand the physiology, somebody here could tell us probably, but they have some mechanism in their brain that they need to warm up in order for their vision to sharpen so that they can go back down to 2,000 feet and feed on squid and herring and stuff. So most parts of the world's oceans, they can come up to like 15 feet and warm up in warmer water, but in a few places like George's Bank, a famous fishing ground south of Nova Scotia and east of Cape Cod, the surface temperature in the summer is so cold that the fish have to literally expose their heads to the sun, and they're showing their dorsal fin and their top of their tail fin so they can spot them free swimming, basking in the sun, and come over them and throw a spear at them. So this was my opportunity to see a swordfish. You can see the platform in front of up there in this town, Woods Harbor. They modify lobster boats with a platform off that's just the crow's nest, or the top where there's a guy up top spotting fish. They don't use spotter planes there. And this is the captain, Gilbert Devine, and the head of the boat. But I made arrangements through a friend who was in the fishing business to get on a swordfish boat, because commercial fishermen aren't just going to let some yahoo on a boat without a recommendation And I'm just an artist. They're suspicious of me. I could get sick. They could have to return to shore. It's a liability. It could cost them money. So I made arrangements through a friend to get on a boat. But then when I got to the harbor, Woods Harbor, where the swordfish fleet is, I was watching this captain unload. They just come to the dock and they were unloading 13 swordfish. I'll stop soon. And I wasn't going to start talking to him, but it was just a random boat at the dock, not the boat that I was supposed to go on. But he started talking to me. He said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I drove up from Connecticut to see a swordfish to paint." And he said, he's like, "Well, we've never seen a color blue on land like the color of a swordfish. If you ever, met a girl with the eyes the color of a swordfish, you would leave whoever you're with and go with her." And he had this whole narrative about how beautiful swordfish were. And he said, "Well, you should come out with us. We're going out for 8 days again tomorrow." And so I ended up going with that boat instead of the boat that I'd arranged to go on for 2 years. And because they had a bigger boat and they just seemed like nice people. But here you can see over his left shoulder the dorsal fin of the swordfish. And then you can see the harpoon going into the swordfish and sort of how blue and beautiful they are. And then the swordfish kind of going under the boat. And then the harpoon head's attached to a rope that's attached to a buoy, and they just sort of let them sort of die because they don't want to bring a live swordfish on the boat because it has a spear on its nose and it could hurt people. So typically the swordfish come on board this coppery bronze color, and they're either dead or almost dead. But the captain told me that 1 out of every 100 or 200 fish will flicker back to its living colors on the deck before it totally dies. And so this was the last fish that they caught, of maybe 14 fish over 7-8 days. And it came on board the same typical color. And then I turned away and sort of was making notes, and the captain started shouting, James, come look." And the swordfish started turning colors, but there's the captain and the guy, the tuna spotter, who's from Martha's Vineyard. But again, the people are really characters, like all of you people. But this fish, that was the same fish as the bronze coppery one. It started to flicker back into its living colors right before it totally flickered out. And you can see just how irregular and weird the shapes are. Every drawing I'd ever seen of a swordfish had this straight line between blue and silver. And as you can see, the markings are very irregular. It almost looks like dripping paint. And so I tried to capture all those idiosyncrasies in the painting. There's a reproduction of it on the wall over there, life size. But that's the painting. And again, I could talk at length about it, but that's enough for now. That's a couple years ago, our 2-year-old son next to the painting. But thank you very much, and enjoy lunch.
In case you're wondering who Kevin is, it's that person, Kevin Murphy, who put this show together. Yes, and James is donating this to the Yacht Club as well. And so we're going to break for lunch for an hour, take a look at James's work, praise him. He works for praise. And thank you. It was a great morning session.
No. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take your seats again. Thomas Le Gong. That's it. We're starting again the conference organized by the Yacht Club de Monaco in collaboration with the Explorer Club. Feel free to take your seat. We have a full agenda today, and we need to be on time. Just as a reminder, we have tonight at 6 p.m. the Explorer Awards. We will acknowledge 4 yachts. First, innovation and technology. Second, discovery and science. The third one, ethic and environment. And the last one, category coup de cœur. We will finish at 4 for today's last panel, and we come back at 6 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, please. We continue the day, a day of exploration in collaboration with the Explorer Club. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take your seats again. We continue, we follow the day, a day of exploration. Yacht Club de Monaco in collaboration with the Explorer Club. Thanks them again. Thomas Le Gong. Thank you everyone to get back to the room. We will close the door. We continue our session this afternoon with our dear moderator and shared by Richard, Emeritus President of the Explorer Club.
You know, the problem with having really good food at events, explorers are used to eating things that are just there to fill their stomach. And so when you have really good chefs, like you do at the Yacht Club, you linger a little longer, and then you're like, oh, desserts, and oh, wow, you can make cappuccino. You know, if you've ever gone camping by yourself, in America, we have something called cowboy coffee, where you just throw grounds of coffee into boiling water, and somehow you pick the coffee grounds out of your teeth. All right, we're just going to wait a couple more minutes for people to come in. I just want to make sure my speaker, Carl, where's Carl? Over there, Carl is here. I'm just going to give a plug for Walker's Cay in the Bahamas. So the interesting thing where men or women turn into boys, we saw James Prozac talking about his fishing. And I just love the innocence. It tapped into something that we all had in us. The love of when we first went outside and that whole act of discovery and trying to record it. And that whole explorer aspect of saying, you'll never guess what I saw. You'll never guess who I met. And so on the way to the men's room, we started exchanging fishing pictures. And so I think my 14-year-old boys are going to start hanging out at your place at Walker's Cay. So, you know, often when people, if maybe you see these old British films of exploration, there's an aspect of exploration that people think that it just sort of happens. It just happens on its own, and there's this nobility of purpose. People go out in the field and they discover great things. And so, really what Carl's going to talk about is really the necessity of that intersection between the private and the public. And Carl, this is kind of a hard picture to beat. So, you know, with that, I'm going to introduce you to Carl Allen. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's a film. I give you Carl Allen. Carl, it's nice to have walk-on music.
That took so long, my presentation's over. So, wow, it's amazing to be here. I feel very humble with all these speakers this morning. You know, I've got some heroes in the room with Victor and Nico and Barry. And Josh, no, it's not you, Josh. Yes, you're almost, Josh, maybe next year. But yeah, I mean, what I do is fairly controversial. And I set out from the very, very beginning of what we do to change that image of treasure hunting. I feel like an AA meeting. I'm Carl Allen, and I'm a treasure hunter. But that's the way it is in a lot of places. You know, the negative stigma, and in a lot of ways I can't blame them because my predecessors didn't exactly do it right. A lot of looters and scooters, the 3 R's, the raise, the rinse, the retail guys. And again, I set out from the very beginning to be different. And the fact that I'm even standing here today is a little bit of confirmation for my wife and I that we're doing this right. And the first thing you got to do is fall in love with the country. And we focus on the Bahamas like a laser beam. I'm going to be 60 in April. I've been going to the Bahamas since I was 12. Never missed a year going there. My real big passion is fishing. And you don't want me to get started on that, that'll be an hour. But I met Mel Fisher when I was young. And he found the Atocha a couple years before that, and I instantly was addicted. And for years, I built this great business, but we were amateur treasure hunters. Every time we went on vacation, my kids were like, "What are we doing, Dad?" I'm like, "Shut up, kid, keep digging." And in 2016, it was the hardest thing I ever did, but I sold my company after 40 years because I wanted to go to the Bahamas. And in 2018, we bought the northernmost island in the Bahamas called Walker's Key. And it is probably the most unique 100 acres, well, 90 acres at low tide, that is a fishing mecca. I always say it's where the bonefish meet the billfish and everything in between. And we're in the process of bringing that back. A legendary island, iconic island. I'm very proud that there's a national park in front of me. We have a pristine reef out in front of us that for the first time in ever, probably, it's being protected by us because it's such an outer island that the Bahamian Defense Force can't get to it. And so it's a aqua nursery. I mean, everything grows there. And it's 10 acres. I'm working with this guy to make it 100 acres. And believe it or not, the worst offenders are Americans. And it's hard to say that, but I've been booting them out left and right. But my biggest passion, I think, in life is old wooden ships. I practically failed grade school because I stared out the window thinking about wooden ships. And the Nuestra Senora de las Maravillas was probably haunted me half my life. Our Lady of Wonders in English. It sank in 1650. She sank in 1656, laden with treasure, 650 people on board. She was a 900-ton ship. 50 people survived, and they actually wrote a book about it that's sort of my Bible. But with the few minutes that I have left, I could go through and show you all the thousands and thousands of artifacts that we've been looking for and find. I've not found the mother lode or the main pile, as like we like to say, but we're following this amazing yellow brick road of incredible artifacts. And it all begins and ends with the government. And that's why I only have one slide today. And I realized from a very young age that it took me 25 years to get the license. But the guy on to the left of my wife there, my beautiful wife, is Dr. Hubert Minnis, and he was elected prime minister in 2018. And he was the man that I went to and I said, "Sir, we're good friends. I know you. We're looking out at the banks." And I said, "You know, your national," well, they don't like it when I say this, "but your national debt is laying out in the sand out there." And he says, "Oh, that's old folk tale. That's not true." I said, "Yes, it is true. Give me a chance to prove it." And that was in 2012, I think. And he said, "Well, if I ever become prime minister, I will get you a license," after a 30-year moratorium. And sure enough, in 2018, he won. I was in West Texas. We're from Dallas. And my phone rings, and it's Dr. Minnis. And he says, "Carl, we won." And I was in total shock. And 3 years later, after convincing him that the way we're going to be different is I'm going to make this a major archaeological study. I've got 3 well-known archaeologists that work for me. We're somewhat famous in the Bahamas for philanthropy. We were big time during Hurricane Dorian relief, the pandemic. We've gone as far as buying 7 digits worth of artifacts and reuniting them with the Meravia artifacts that were brought out illegally in the 70s and 90s. And I love employing Bahamians. One of the things that my wife and I are so proud of, the museum that we opened up, this is a picture of the opening of the museum. You know, it was one of these things where it's the only museum in the country, but 4,000 school kids have been through there since 2022. And we've identified all these kids that, you know, want to come and work for us. And I had this little girl one day, she said, I want to come to work for you. And I said, well, what job would you like? And she looked at me and she said, I want your job. It was like, okay. So real quickly, what happened was, after 30 years, I finally got a license. Dr. Minnis, the first, you know, prime minister of the Bahamas, that was not an attorney, sorry, David, he was great at protecting the country against the COVID, but the economy crashed. 80% of the country's GNP is tourism. 80% of that is Americans, and we stopped coming. When America gets a cold, the Bahamas gets the flu. He lost. And 90% of the time, guys like me, we're gone. However, this gentleman here, Mr. Brave Davis, who I had actually met during Hurricane Dorian relief, he called us in his office. When we lost, I was on a cliff. Somebody was talking me down. I was ready to do a swan dive. But he called us. He called Gigi and I, and he said, we need you to come to the inauguration. I want you to be part of that. Amazing to be at that. After that, he brought us to his office, and he looked at us over this conference room table and said, we love what you're doing in the Bahamas. You're good for our country, and we want you to continue to search for the Maravilla. Oh my God. I mean, this is almost like Joe Biden and Donald Trump on this picture, okay? And I'm not going to tell you which one's which, okay? But I was interviewed by a radio station about an hour after this opening, and this host said to me, we need to take this picture and put it on the back of our dollar bill, because nobody has ever put these two on stage together. And that was probably one of the proudest days of my life when that happened. I carry this picture in my wallet. As I said, it's the only picture you're going to see today. If you want to see everything we found, go to our website. It's a tremendous journey. We've been doing this for 5 years now, and my partner, my wife over there, she's one of my best divers. Hard to keep her out of the water. And where's the shark woman? I don't know where she is, but we do not have a shark problem in the Bahamas. As a matter of fact, we have way too many. But when Gigi sees a bull shark, she jumps in the water. A tiger shark, oh yeah, she loves it. We're going in. Me, I'm out. But it's a family business. I got 2 sons here. Me and Tommy Allen, where are you, Tommy? We're not related. I wish I was. But I do have a son named Tommy Allen who wants to know where his trust fund's coming from. So I'm hoping you'll help him out there. But look, we have a museum open in Lucaya, Bahamas. It's on Freeport. It's actually the Prime Minister, actually, Dr. Minnis, actually make it more than just a shipwreck museum. So we made it Bahamas Maritime Museum. It tells a little history about the Lucayans. It's amazing to me, these Bahamian kids, they don't know there were people there before them. A little bit about Gigi and I. There's a natural history section, a slave ship section, which is tough, especially when you're showing the kids, and then the whole Maravilla, and we're doing conservation. We get these kids involved, and it's that's probably the biggest reward in my life, and Gigi and I is educating these children and taking it to a whole new level. A bunch of them are working for us this summer, and when I get off here, my next big mission is the season's going right now in the Bahamas. So I'm so excited. I'm like 2 feet off the ground right now, getting ready to go back, and I think this is our year. I think this is the year we're going to find. One quick story about the Maravilla is that King Philip of Spain was ruling the world at that time, and he was dying, and he was going broke. And he asked the Catholic Church, you know, is there any way I can buy my way into heaven? And the Pope's like, hell yeah. And so he had him commission a life-size statue of Madonna, which back then, let's call it 5'1", 5'2", holding baby Jesus, made out of solid gold. And I totally believe that piece is there somewhere. And it would be by far the most significant piece ever found in the Western Hemisphere. And that's keeps me going every day, you know. But doing what we love and helping a country at the same time, where do you sign up for that? So, somebody didn't like me there. But if you are interested in the Bahamas, want to talk to my wife and I, my kids, please come over and see us. And please, if you get a chance, come to the Bahamas. It's as Ernest Hemingway used to say, it's islands in the stream. It's 700 islands, 2,500 Ks, stretches from mid-Florida all the way down to the Turks and Caicos, and I am in love with the damn place. So thank you very much.
And Carl has graciously invited everybody down there gratis, right? Gratis? So generous of him, so thank you very much. You know, every once in a while at the Explorers Club, I get a chance to read grant applications. And it's interesting when a group of, I'm going to call them academia nuts, read applications, because there's a certain bias towards certain subjects. And I find that I hear this often, and I think it's a mistake. They'll say, oh, well, they also take tourists for money, and they do this, and they do that. And I think that, look, all of us are the converted, right? We're the converted to science, into the belief. But there is an importance of citizen science. That's what I really enjoyed about the last solar eclipse. But everybody was talking about the sun. I thought it was the moon's day in the sun, right? And so everybody talked science, but that was really citizen science at its best. Now, we've also talked here at the Yacht Club that this place would not exist without its owners and really its captains. And so I had an accidental meeting with one of the captains here last fall, and she was telling me about her Northwest Passages and that they, call her the accidental ice queen. Now, I'm going to say that's really not a good term, because if you actually get to meet her, she's really warm and friendly, and she does that important thing of introducing novices and people who would never have seen this without her. So please give a warm Yacht Club of Monaco welcome to one of their own, Maewyn Beadle.
Thank you for that amazing introduction. I'm kind of overwhelmed to be standing here. I've come a long way since last I spoke to Richard Weiss. And when I first started my yachting in the Arctic, we decided my crew needed a bit of polar bear training. And so we invited a gentleman called Tony Lancaster to come and talk to us about polar bear safety. And when I first picked Tony up off the plane, he said to me, Maewyn, tell me all about your crew, because I've found there's always someone in the room with a more interesting story than I have. Well, that kind of blew me away, because Tony had rowed and sailed an open boat through the Northwest Passage. And I really couldn't imagine what kind of room he would be hanging out in, that there would be more interesting people than him. And looking around at this room now, and at my fellow speakers, I now begin to really understand exactly what kind of rooms Tony was hanging out in. This little Arctic fox is in Greenland. So how did I go from being the deliberate tropical yacht captain to being the accidental ice queen? I received this email This is what happens to us all these days, isn't it? We get a ping on our phone, and this was the email. And if you think I've redacted it quite a lot, all I've done is take the person's name off the end of it. This is exactly what this read. I was working on a boat in Alaska at the time. And would the position be of interest to me? The Northwest Passage? Of course. And I guess that's why I'm standing here now. So a friend of mine in Palmer said to me, Myron, do you remember what we did when you got that email? And I said, oh, yes, I do remember, actually. We Googled how to drive an ice-breaking tug. This is really a truth. And I did actually watch all of these videos, and just like you change the oil on your car, you can also learn to drive an ice-breaking tug on YouTube. Unfortunately, the insurance and the authorities aren't really down with this technique of learning, so I did also have to go to Finland and do some advanced polar training. So how do you learn? How do you learn how to drive in ice? So I've taught a lot of people now to do this. So first of all, you start with this little line of brash ice. And when you first start, you go around all the big chunks. You go around everything. And after you've been doing this for 2 or 3 weeks, you start just piling on through this. And you gradually work your way up to larger and larger pieces. It is our policy to mostly go round, but every now and then we have to go through. This is in the middle of the Northwest Passage. And this is a band of 9/10 ice which we had to traverse. We're using a technique here where we pick a large floe and we push in front of us so the ice doesn't go underneath and into the prop. And in the end, you reach the ultimate goal. This was the trip I really, really, really wanted to do. This is the fast ice between Canada and Greenland in Nares Strait. This is at 80 North. It's just outside Ita, which is the place that Perry and Henson left from to attempt the North Pole. Now, I normally speak to people who don't know anything about the Arctic, but I'm sure there's a few people in here who've actually been there. So I'm feeling quite humble. And my chief mate said, as we were wandering around one of the huts in Ita, he said, imagine you were here all winter, because they overwintered before they could go. Imagine you were here all winter, and it's been dark, and it's been minus 40 degrees, and it's just you and your mate in this hut. And you look over at him, and the sun comes over the horizon for the very first time. And you say to him, shall we start then? And that really brought home to me, as I was sitting on the bridge in my slippers with my underfloor heating, how much exploration has changed and how much more accessible these things are to all of us. So the Northwest Passage. The Northwest Passage is 4,500 miles from Arctic Circle to Arctic Circle. It was first traversed in 1906 by Amundsen, and since then there have been approximately 350 traverses of the Northwest Passage. That's only about actually 250 boats, because obviously some people have gone backwards and forwards, and about 250 captains. Approximately 20 to 30 of those are mega yachts. And to put those figures into perspective, on the busiest day of the year on Mount Everest, 354 people summited Mount Everest. That means more people have been up Mount Everest in one single day than have transited the Northwest Passage as a captain. And people have said to me, you know, the Northwest Passage, I've heard it's not very interesting. I've heard once you get past the eastern end, the scenery is not very much to look at. You're just doing it to go from end to end. And I've also heard people say, there's not much ice there anymore. It's not really a challenge. And I have to say, from my point of view, that wasn't correct. We went particularly early because we did want to find ice. I think there are times when you can go. Last year I was up there wasn't as much ice. But the year we went through, there was lots. I find it a magical, amazing, mysterious place. the bones of the earth stick out. It's glaciated so heavily and so recently, there's very little vegetation. It's -40 all winter and dark. And as you start at the east end, the topography slopes down. By the time you get to Simpson Strait, you're in a maze of gravel glaciated islands, which Amundsen described as hell on earth. And he said, I fretted all night when I should have been sleeping. It's an incredibly beautiful, magical, mysterious place. I can tell you for sure there's unicorns there. I've seen them. And I think maybe your dragons might be there. On the old charts, they definitely have sea monsters. But there were times when I didn't see the beauty of this, when my eyes settled into a kind of tunnel vision, when the immensity of the place, the being in the middle, totally overwhelmed me. And I had to go into my cabin and close my door in case it all consumed me and I wouldn't be able to do my job. The responsibility of the lives of the people on the boat in that place was overwhelming. And all the time that I was stuck in this mindset that I was on this amazing adventure, this exploration, that I was somewhere nobody had ever been, all of that time I was actually in somebody's backyard. And all of the things I knew about society and survival and the rules of society and survival, they didn't mean anything. And all of the things that they knew, that's what was important. And there I was in the middle of the passage, working my way through really heavy ice one day. And so bear in mind, we're hundreds of miles from anywhere that we would consider significant, but there are small communities all the way through. And past me comes Mom and Dad and a little girl in a little pink bunny outfit with bunny ears. And they're going on a picnic. Yeah, they're going on a picnic. And that brought home to me that the end of my comfort zone, the farthest that I could be from where I feel safe, that was the beginning of theirs. If this was summer, they were having a picnic, it was going to be fun. So, having done that, having been through the Northwest Passage, what was I going to do next? And I kind of thought, well, okay, maybe I've achieved everything I kind of wanted to achieve, even though I didn't know I wanted to achieve it. What do I do next? Do I go home, put my feet up, relax, have a nice time? No, I've never wanted to step away from a challenge. So I took on Nansen Explorer. I took command of Nansen Explorer. She's a 72-meter A1 ice class converted research vessel. And I joined the boat in Svalbard and went up to the bridge. And this is my bridge team. Now, and to me, the most important part of this slide is these people aren't here because of their gender. They're here because they're the best at working through ice. And that was really fortunate because less than 32 hours later, we were in East Greenland. And we're working through 9/10 ice to get in to pick up our charter guests. I've only been on board the boat for a week. My crew arrived in the morning, the pilot arrived at lunchtime, and we left Svalbard midday. So their immense knowledge was invaluable to me. I really couldn't have done it without them. We picked up our guests in Ittoqqortoormiut. I've been practicing saying that. We picked up our guests in Ittoqqortoormiut, but we couldn't actually get to the airport because it was 9/10 ice in the fjord up to Constable Point Airport. So we sent a helicopter with heavy lift bags to bring on board the science equipment. We had 14 scientists and all of their equipment, and they were all doing different things. And of course, if you have to break in, you have to break back out, right? So this is Nansen working through heavy ice. She can break ice to 1.5 meters, and this ice is about that. It is heavily decayed, so we know it's safe to go through. And here we are at midnight with our scientists. So as I said, we had 14 different scientists, and they were running different projects. So here we are taking water column samples. And we didn't have dynamic positioning, so here's my bridge team holding station to drop a core sample manually. And we looked at a lot of glaciers. We looked at glacial runoff. We looked at the scouring of the glacial walls either side. And in a move which I thought was absolutely genius for the principal who was covering the cost of this expedition, we also sent the helicopter up to sample streams and hot springs. How good a move is that? So let's send the principal to sample some hot springs. One of the best things about Nansen was we did have a container pad on the foredeck. So we could swap out. This modularity meant that we could put this container, which had a wet lab, we could just drop it on the deck. And we could change out for anything that was needed. I'm kind of hoping one day, who's building a boat here, that you're going to think of a container with sled dogs and a sled trip. Just for me, it's a personal thing. And what I realized from this trip was all of these incredible things that I see every day. I wouldn't say I take them for granted, but all of these incredible things that I see every day, all of this amazing history, the unbelievable geology, the wonderful culture and the fabulous people, this incredible wildlife. At this point, I've seen so many polar bears, and I never, ever, ever get tired of this. All of these things are things that scientists and academics, they want to spend time with. They really, really, really need to be able to get to these places. And one of the few ways that they can do it is with a vessel. And so many of the owners are not really quite sure what they're doing, why they want to be somewhere amazing. And I thought, what an incredible symbiotic relationship that is. How wonderful that we can share the yachts and the places that we go with the scientists, and how amazing for the owners and the principals to be able to sit with these people and have a much better understanding of what we're doing and why we're here. This was the hut in Ita. I was interviewed for radio last week, and I was asked, how do you guarantee an incredible experience for an owner? How do you guarantee an unbelievable expedition? And I would say, we step from being tourists and we become the observers, we become the witnesses. Thank you very much, everyone.
Maiwen, thank you very much. And you know, you're mentioning unicorns, and I saw some narwhals, and we happen to have one of the foremost unicorn experts or narwhal experts in the world, Dr. Martin Nuia, right there. So Martin, wave your hand. If you want to talk about narwhals, talk to... Another accidental meeting. You know, now we're getting onto the part of our program. I'm going to talk about the legends of exploration. There are sacred cows there, and not to compare anybody with a cow, but you know the phrase. Kathy Sullivan was the first American woman to walk in space. She was the head of NOAA. She was in the class of first women explorers at the Explorers Club. She's been to the bottom, the Marianas Trench. She's worked in the private sector. She's worked for the government. And so when Kathy Sullivan speaks, people listen. For real. Please give a warm welcome to a living legend, Kathy Sullivan. We're going to go over to the, okay? So when we were putting this program together. Kathy, you were she never believes me when I tell her, you're the first one I call because she says, oh, you need a woman, right? I go, no, I need a champion. And so really what we're going to talk about is expertise. Is it better we stand or sit? Sit? You want to stand?
Your call.
I'm going to say what's the... Sit. Okay, here we go.
The audience says, sit.
So, I'm going to ask you something right off the bat. And I think everybody was here for the morning sessions of the Bardos, right? And you saw that there was a deep diving accident that could have been a tragedy, right? And I was looking at you specifically because the whole idea of expertise, and there was a quote they gave. Do you remember that quote they had?
I wrote it down. Because people always ask me, were you afraid? Were you scared? What was your anxiety when you're going out the hatch for a spacewalk? And Gilles and Emmanuel will correct me if I misremembered. Panic is paralysis. Fear is a thermometer that keeps you alert. I think that's exactly right.
So when we talk about expertise, the first sort of expedition that comes to mind is the Shackleton expedition, right? That everybody survived the Shackleton expedition because everybody, more or less, was an expert in the outdoors. So when things go well, everything's fine. When things don't go well, like on Everest we see, then it's not such a good outcome. So what's your takeaway from, say, a Shackleton? And we have a Shackleton here, right? Where's Charles? Charles is here somewhere. We have a Shackleton. Back there. And please give a welcome. The president of the Explorers Club has just walked in, Richard Garriott. What were your takeaways? I'm sure you read about Shackleton, as a girl, as a young woman. What were your takeaways?
Well, yeah, I've probably read a goodly bit about all of them, and the takeaway I have come away with is the comparison, the contrast between both Shackleton and Amundsen. And Scott as the archetypal example. So Shackleton and Amundsen each had their expertise, each had cross-trained, so they each had been humble enough to learn about someone else's job, to be able to supplement and extend when needed, not to take over and always be the big king. And so when anyone got stressed, others were around them that could keep the situation stable and also help them. And the dynamic of both of those leaders with their crews, Shackleton was more of a hierarchical leader by a bit than Amundsen, but still there was a clear bilateral respect and appreciation for your role and appreciation for the authority of a commander. Both of them wore that command lightly. And to me, the contrast with Scott was just pushed more in the hierarchy direction. It was too much everyone's a specialty, in a sense. It was not enough learning how to cross and mix together. And another point, both Shackleton and Amundsen, they studied more carefully the ways of life of the Arctic people living in that environment, and they emulated, they borrowed, they respected what they saw. So they took greater advantage of the local knowledge of how to thrive in these environments than Scott and his crew did. And so that gave them a resilience.
So when we talk, originally the topic of this lecture was going to be the death of expertise. And so when you say the death of expertise, what are you seeing? Because now you have many of years from governmental positions, private sector, you've kind of had a good 30,000, or maybe more than 30,000 foot view of all this.
We say 100,000.
100,000 foot view of this. What is the death of expertise and why do we have it?
Well, and of course, I'm speaking uniquely from an American perspective. That's what I know. But I've marveled and wondered. I love the impetus to democratize, little d, democratize science, let many, many people participate. I think that's fabulous. But does it have the risk of the flip side of, because I can do something, because I can post something on YouTube, that makes my experience equivalent, to my wins, to anyone who spoke this morning. And I think there's maybe a bit of a natural ego and pride, hunger that can drive people that direction. But again, talking about putting together teams, talking about going into challenging places, that can be a real hazard. You want to understand the expertise, your colleagues, your partners, the local people that you're working with. You really want to understand the expertise they have. it's there, and it's there to share with each other. So you have to watch out to not become so pleased with the experience that you've had that you start to discount the experience that others have. Now, colloquially in the United States, and I think we saw a lot of this come out in the social media and popular press in the COVID pandemic, you know, I looked something up on YouTube and my Uncle Ralph said so-and-so, and therefore I know as much about how to handle the COVID virus as the Centers for Disease Control. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's another thing that started me thinking.
Dr. Google.
Dr. Google told me, go to your physician and tell them that you know what's going on because you talked to Dr. Google. You watch the reaction. So, you know, it's just been amusing of mine of where can that trend lead us, and how should we be thinking differently about expertise? You know, I've been an expert on a space shuttle. I've taken passengers, as you were, along on 2 of my space shuttle missions. And Victor Vescovo, there's Victor at the moment, you know, Victor invited me, there he is. Victor invited me to go along with him on a dive to the Marianas Trench. So I've kind of sat in all 3 points of that triangle of the expert, the coach and protector from some visiting scientists, and, you know, just plain the person who picked the movie that we would watch on the way back up from the dive. And that's given me another, I think, lens on this question of who am I at this moment? Where am I in the mix of experts, all the experts that have some knowledge?
You know, Kathy, people are looking towards you, right? You know, I think that we've spoken about this before. One of the things I love about observing Kathy is when she's with somebody that she deeply respects. Victor Vescovo or Don Walsh. I loved watching her sit with Don Walsh because there was this quiet knowing of I'm sitting with somebody who's the best. So people here aren't necessarily the best. They may be very good. What is the secret sauce, the alchemy of expertise?
It's going to sound very trite, but I think the alchemy of those relationships that can bring the best of everyone's expertise to bear, I think it's conversation. It's getting past, you know, I'm here to do something and I need you to help me. That's that's transaction. But it takes a bit of patience, takes a bit of humility, of appreciating your own role, but generously and really honestly listening to and believing you must respect the expertise you're talking to. But that takes, you need to get to know each other to a good degree also as people. And everyone here that's talked this morning about teams, the Baldus, Nina, my one this afternoon, you don't just know the expertise of the other person, you've come to know their judgment, how they make decisions, how they think about things, and you've come to really be able to measure and test their commitment to the purpose, the shared purpose that you're pursuing together. And that's the final ingredient of the alchemy. Do we deeply share the commitment to this purpose?
So, you know, the other observation that you really have a unique, you know, vision of is government, you know, private sector of government, and then the private sector, and each has its positive and negative. And so what do you see? Obviously, you're a daughter of NASA, and, you know, that was your first entree into expertise, at least at that level. And then you've been in the private sector. Where do you see the balance?
You know, I think, and I'm thinking of agencies like our National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, National Science Foundation, NASA. What they can bring to exploration, for example, is patient capital. Unlike the private sector that must meet financial gates and financial timelines, government can give itself the opportunity to make longer, deeper investments, more continuous investments towards purposes that are harder to achieve. That takes conviction and commitment about that purpose. It takes good communication with your taxpayers. This is not going to bring you a benefit next week in your kitchen or your personal wallet, but we're planting the seeds that will develop the knowledge base that will feed the innovations of your children's future and your grandchildren's future. And can we invest some of our money in that philosophy? Governments can do that. The private sector is much better than government at implementation and speed of implementation and operation. So I think that's a recipe for a good partnership. I characterize it as the government can do the farming for the next crop of ideas, And business is very good at doing the hunting, the combination of things in a shorter term that can yield both societal and economic benefit.
You know, one of the pleasures I get of Explorers Club, and now I'm going to put the Monaco Yacht Club in this sort of category, there are some great questions. Like at the Explorers Club, whenever we open it up to the audience, there's all those questions that make you think. So we thought we'd take these last few minutes and see if you have any questions for Kathy Sullivan, as I think it's sort of a unique perspective. So any questions on here? Nia Lanza? See, she's just in awe of you.
Pure curiosity questions are allowed, so if you've really just wondered how we go to the bathroom, I will tell you.
Maybe I'll just ask, I think sometimes it's easier to convince industry to do the craziest things, What do you think, how can we better make our case to the taxpayer? Because as you say, there are things that only governments can do. And so I think about the work that I'm doing. It takes a long-term commitment, and we have to, how do we make that case so that when, budgets are up in the air, we aren't the first to be cut?
Yeah, that's a very hard one because the different flavors of demands that hit lawmakers and budget makers are very complex. It's one of the reasons I landed on this metaphor of hunting versus farming. We need to do both. And one of the things about farming, when you plant the seeds, you can't be pulling the seed up every week to see if it's growing. You need to leave it there to let it grow. You'll never have carrots if you keep plucking them every week to check and audit their progress. But to have that next crop, we are all still living in many, many ways. We are still living off the deep, patient, fundamental investments in new understandings and new capabilities that were sparked by World War II and carried on through a decade or two afterwards. We're still harvesting and making good out of those things. What's next? It's not only true that we have explored everywhere on the planet, there's nowhere else to go. It's also true there's nothing left to discover of the big unknowns. Is quantum chemistry the end of chemistry? Is our current computing the end of computing? It's clearly not. There are revolutions ahead in all of those fields, but that takes the farming, that takes the patient pursuit of ideas that it could be true, but can I really find out if it is? That takes patience.
But Kathy, one of the interesting things, bringing up what Nina was talking about, is this is the converted group here, right? So how do you convince, 50% or whatever the percentage of America, I think it's 25%, do not believe in evolution. So how do you get them excited about space? How are we as all ambassadors and communicators, where do we sort of go from the showmanship to the real science? And I know you always bristle at the showmen or showwomen of science.
It's pure jealousy. They're so much better at it than I am.
No, not really.
I wish I had an answer to how you do that conversion of people whose worldview is so deeply antithetical to the world as I understand it. My bailout option is to make the policy argument that we're not talking about turning the entire United States government budget in some radically new direction. We're talking about taking, in the United States currently, the percentage of our total GDP we spend on research is just about 2%, 2 and a little bit. It would be radically transformative if you made it 2.5. It would be radically transformative. So you're talking about something that's kind of on the margin. And if you're trying to solve America's budget problem or debt problem, you could absolutely zero out every cabinet department in the United States government except for defense, except for defense, and you still would not solve the debt problem. So it's not fixable by tweaking away at the little bits of scientific investment. And if you can get at least policymakers to see that, maybe we can move the budget cut lens away from the scientific investments.
Carl Allen, I have a question for you because you've really been on the intersection of big business. You kind of know how they think, and scientists because you deal with them a lot. So what do you think is, in terms of convincing people that it's in their own good. Any thoughts on that? I'm putting you on the spot, you know.
Yeah, first of all, Kathy, I'm sorry not mention you as one of my heroes. You know, I've met a lot of astronauts, and they say that the view of the Bahamas is one of the best there is.
It's pretty spectacular.
Always the sales pitch, right? This is what you have to do. It's the sales pitch that sells science.
I'm sorry, what was the question? What was it?
Oh, well, really, you know, I hate to put you on the spot, but, you know, you have to convince private industries, the private sector, that what they call as just, quote, pure science is important.
Right.
And so what is it in the mindset? Do you have to show what is in their interest, best interest?
Well, one thing about the Bahamas is they're generally broke. But fortunately, I had two prime ministers that were, you know, especially Dr. Menace. He was a scientist, and I convinced him to say, look, you know, if we don't do what we're going to do, Mother Nature gets it, or, you know, illegal salvage. And so it's a difficult discussion for sure. I think I answered that. I'm not sure if I answered that right, but
But in case you forget,
I'm supposed to be done, Richard. I mean, why are you calling on me?
the answer is visit the Bahamas. The answers are written in the sand.
Please come see us. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? I see a question right there. Right there. And that's Kevin Murphy. Haven't heard his name before.
So it seems as though one of the challenges is around language in terms of converting hearts and minds, I suppose. You talk about scientific investment, and yet government is sort of seen as needing to do the long-term farming without seeing sort of the financial returns that comes from scientific innovation. So I wonder if you can just talk a little bit about that.
No, it's a great point. And so there's some very good calculations and examples of the economic power and return of yesterday's science investments to our benefit today. What I can't solve for people want me to shorten that time constant. Great, but you're asking me to put $20 of my money in now. How quickly do I get that back? I don't know a way to break that. It is a bit more than a bit about it's your turn to invest for the next generation. As generations prior to you invested in ways that we're reaping the benefit of now. So it's a pay it forward obligation, if you will, that I think we all, as citizens of a country, citizens of this planet, there's no escaping certain obligations of citizenship, and I think one of them is recognize the need to pay forward to the generations coming after you.
Just as a follow-up, I absolutely agree. I think that one of the challenges, though, is its sort of general risk aversion, both amongst the taxpayer and then amongst government, and not being willing to necessarily sandbox an investment that will then show financial return that the government will also take part in. So dollars that will then be channeled into research as the result of government grants and investment, for example.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. In fact, one assignment I'm working on right now in the United States for President Biden goes to that point of how do we shift the mindset, people who review grants and lawmakers who oversee them, that rightly have a high focus on accountability of use of the public dollars that they're providing. But if you mean that in a very short term, I have to show you next week that you got a tangible benefit. You know, that's impossible. So how do we, again, widen that aperture just a bit? Not for the whole investment, but for some of it, so that it's still possible. It is still possible to make some big, bold bets and pursue them patiently. Not all of them will have to be some selectivity, some prioritization, but at least in the United States, funding for research has become very tactical. It's become very incremental. I have to write a grant about what I've already done that shows you that I can go this much further by 6 months from now. There's some use to that, but the big, bold breakthroughs that can really propel the future, that can transform the future economically, national security, those are the ones we're less capable of making, that we want to widen that aperture. Great question, thank you.
Yeah. Great questions. Oh, now everybody perks up, right? David?
The similarity between the Endurance, Shackleton's Endurance Imperial Trans-Antarctic Expedition compared with Apollo 13's, both their primary challenge were failures, yet the ultimate success entailed. We talked about panic before, we talked about preparation. What are your comments about that?
Well, it's in some ways wildly easier for a space expedition than it was for Shackleton or the Trans-Antarctic, because you have reach-back teams with tremendous expertise and a lot of data, so you can bring dozens of smart minds to bear on the problem, and that's really what saved Apollo 13. Ken Mattingly was taken off the crew because he had contacted someone that might have measles. That's probably in the end a good thing, because Ken Mattingly knew that command module better than anybody else. He knew every single wire about it. And powering it down, shutting it all completely off, and risking the ability to start it up for reentry, I don't know that anyone but Ken Mattingly could have thought that through and calculated it out and made it possible. I'm sure Shackleton wished he could have called someone back in England and said, okay, and now what are our options? But it's expertise, it's knowledge, it's backing each other up, it's having that ability to merge and combine your skills across the team, some flexibility of rank and role. When something bad happens, the role you supposedly were assigned goes a bit out the window, and you've all got to flex and cover all the bases but get the problem solved. So that kind of perseverance and resilience humanly of the team and their flexibility, that's what's going to end up having to get you through.
Kathy, you and I had the pleasure in 2019, it was the 50th anniversary of the Apollo landing. And so we had, I believe, 8 Apollo astronauts come to the Explorers Club to speak. And Kathy and I were on stage introducing them, and we were in the wings when they came out. And Kathy can be a very, tough person, but there were tears in her eyes. And so what was it about those Apollo astronauts that moved you? What was it about their gravitas, expertise? What was it that you saw in them that, it was just such a wonderful place for me to be a fly on the wall with you and seeing them?
Their exploits, when I was 10 to 17 through the heyday of the American space program, from the early Mercury days to Buzz and Neil landing on the moon. And their exploits really were, they put the dot on my mental map of, I want that kind of life. Not as specific as I want to be one of them. That didn't bother me. That kind of life, there are people that do this, that tackle something no one's ever done before, that can figure out a way to approach it and succeed at it, and they can build it and they can master it, and then they can go do it. It was so dramatic. And so to stand there on the stage, 50 years later, I now know all of those people as human beings. I know some of their family stories. I'm now a colleague and a near peer of theirs, not the 10-year-old girl sitting on the floor in front of a TV screen. So I think it was that closing of that loop and a loop of my entire life story was on stage there, and that was pretty special. Should we tell the Buzz Aldrin story?
Which one? Him.
So here there's 8 of them on stage, from Mike Collins through a little bit of an arc, and Buzz Aldrin had asked to be last because that meant he would get the microphone last, and anyone who knows Buzz knows what that means. And for a real legitimate protocol reason, I flipped him to be second to last. So he gets started winding up, and you kind of know you're going to hear his entire Mars mission design scheme come out. And Richard and I are standing in the wings going, now what do we do? Anybody got the shepherd's hook? And he goes, you're a fellow astronaut, you go fix this. Mike Collins leans a little bit out from his seat and looks down the row and stage whispers, Buzz, shut up. That did it.
We have something called As Told at the Explorers Club. If you hang around there enough, you hear the most incredible stories. That night, I drove Al Warden back to his hotel, And Al Warden, I was telling him, my fondest memories of my father were looking at stars. My father learned celestial navigation when he was a pilot. And Al Warden said, I'm going to tell you a story that we were so worried that we might lose coordinates like they did in Apollo 13. He said, without telling NASA, I decided I was going to shoot the way home through my 8-inch window by celestial navigation. Now, you're not fixed on Earth there. You have a celestial object moving the moon and the Earth. And I said to him, what is the record for goosebumps in that? And, just to that Buzz Aldrin, because it did run so long, and I'm going to probably run long here, I'm going to just take that story a bit further, because at the end, Buzz thanked everybody for coming, and people thought the dinner was over. And so we have all these people filing out, and we had these people from the Spanish Navy going to speak, and man, I was getting late into no one's tomorrow. Enters Bertrand Piccard, the fixer, and Bertrand smoothed out the operation, got people to sit down. So, when you talk about the sauce of what goes on behind the scenes, it's kind of fun to stand in the wings and hear all that. So, Kathy, so much for coming to here to Monaco. And, you're going to have her to yourself for the next 2 days, right? She's Chatty Kathy. She's now going to sing and dance. No. We're going to take a short break. And I know with this group, a short break means, I don't know.
1-5.
What are you saying, Kevin Murphy?
15 minutes.
15 minutes, for real 15 minutes.
We're going to start at right after 3 o'clock. Love you. Sorry, laugh. Sorry, I'm sure you're freaking out when that was happening. I'm sorry. How did it flip back to the picture? Did it go backwards and then it went forwards? Yeah. He's sitting there leaning into me, telling me all these things, and it was in my pocket. You can see it. Are you being number 4? Is this now the crazy music you're trying to add?
Normally we get this guy have a...
Yeah, I added it.
You added it
already? I did. Oh, okay. Yeah. Is that Bertrand? No, I already did it. I already added Bertrand. I added slides early. It's already done. Oh, yeah. Bertrand's already done. There's nothing else to do.
I love it, but let me take one.
Shall I scroll down? You guys don't have the font. Don't even worry about it. Just go up real quick.
Cindy says have fun.
Just leave it in the
Cindy and Cindy keep it still.
Okay, keep going.
Maybe you can try with your laptop.
Go up, go up, go up. Go up. Hit. No, just leave it. Only I care. It shouldn't have happened. No. Where do we go from here? We go from here. And then this is Bertrand. There's all the slides. You click straight on it. You don't have video. I think one is a short clip. Go full screen. Just zooming in. That's it. Yep. Cool. All good. Great. So Josh is one. Leave one on the lectern, 4 chairs, 3 microphones on the chairs, because Josh has one. So I think 4 microphones total, plus the lav makes 5. If this is from, if it's Christina texting, just.
No. No.
Okay. Because I set this with Bertrand, so I don't want to change anything because he's still.
Okay, excellent. I'll reach out.
Bertrand already ran them through with me and told me exactly what he wants and what he wants to do. If they want to add something at the very end, Richard, please call up.
Just freaking out.
They're good. And expensive. You get what you pay for.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is time to take your seats again. We will continue for the last session today. Yacht Club de Monaco organized a full day called A Day of Exploration in collaboration with the Explorer Club. We are gathering today superior captains, superior owners, members of the Explorer Club. Thank you for your attendance.
Wow, I've got to get that as a dinner bell. Hey, before I forget, you know, we are talking about people who have really changed the history of exploration, and I'd be remiss without introducing the first woman president of the Explorers Club. So, Fania Rose, please stand and do your royal wave. Thank you, Fania. And you know, in the exploration community, it's very close-knit, and people know each other very well. They go fishing together, their families get together. And so when a tragedy or an accident happens, you know, it's all hands on deck. And so our next panel is going to be on the Titan accident or disaster. And to moderate this panel is Explorers Club member, explorer, and host of Expedition Unknown, Josh Gates. So Josh, take it over.
Thank you very much. And is there a clicker up there that I can steal? Thanks very much. Yeah, I think it does.
Magic word is
That's right, that's right. Well, hello everybody. I hope you're all enjoying your day of exploration as much as I am. It's been an amazing program today. I hope everyone's having fun. It's been so incredible to hear from so many interesting, inspiring speakers, from Nina Lanza, who took us to Mars, to my good friends Barry Clifford and Carl Allen, to the Bardots, who I'm hoping will adopt me. It's been really amazing. And so my thanks to the Explorers Club, to Richard Weiss and Richard Garriott and Kevin Murphy and Will Roseman and everybody from the Explorers Club for putting together this extraordinary event. And a big thanks to our friends here at the Yacht Club of Monaco for hosting us. We may never leave. This venue is extraordinary, and your hospitality has been extraordinary. So thank you so much for hosting us as we get into this, what I hope will be a really interesting discussion. So, you know, look, the topic for this session is a challenging one because at its core is a tragedy. And the lives of 5 people cut short, and the tragedy of the Titan submersible has been felt very deeply within the exploration community. It obviously was a global news event, and on a personal level, many people in this room and indeed on this panel were close personal friends and colleagues of those aboard the Titan. So challenging waters here to navigate, but I am hopeful that this discussion will offer us a really important opportunity to talk a bit about Titan, about what went wrong, about what lessons we can learn, assuredly important lessons that we can learn from what happened. And I think we also have the opportunity here in the brief time that we have to talk a little bit about where we go from here and to look forward from this accident to the future of ocean exploration and what responsibilities we have to that future. So with that in mind, I'd like to introduce you to our panelists here. To my right, the president of the Explorers Club, Richard Garriott, who has traveled from the International Space Station to the bottom of the Mariana Trench and to Utah, where he joins us from just now. So please welcome Richard Garriott to the panel, everybody. Next to him, Nico Vincent. Nico was the expedition subsea manager for the Endurance 22 expedition, which made, of course, the spectacular discovery of Shackleton's Endurance, having been lost, I guess, almost 107 years earlier, trapped in the ice of the Antarctic. So please welcome Nico. And finally, Victor Vescovo, who's, if I listed his accomplishments, would take most of the remaining time that we have here today. But suffice it to say, he has traveled to the deepest points of the world's 5 oceans, including the deepest dive in history, I believe. So please welcome the great explorer, Victor Vescovo. So let's start with just a little bit of context, just the briefest of briefs about the Titan submarine incident. On the 18th of June 2023, the Titan submarine, which was operated by a company called OceanGate, was engaged in a dive to the Titanic, which is about 370 nautical miles southeast from Newfoundland in the North Atlantic Ocean. The sub stopped communicating with its surface vessel, the Polar Prince, about an hour and 45 minutes into its dive. The sub failed to resurface, and several days later, an ROV found confirmed wreckage of the sub on the sea floor. It is presumed that the sub's hull failed and imploded, and multiple investigations into the accident are still ongoing. On board the sub, first of all, just a bit of a context. This is the Polar Prince, the support vessel for the sub. You can see Titan there in the bottom left corner on its sled, which is what brings it to the surface. And a bit of context as to where the wreck of the Titanic sits. On board the sub was Stockton Rush, the CEO of OceanGate, as well as British businessman, pilot, adventurer Hamish Harding, Paul-Henri Nargeolet, French deep-sea explorer and Titanic expert, and Pakistani businessman and philanthropist Shahzada Dawood and his 19-year-old son, Suleiman Dawood. So I wish we had the time in this panel to talk about the individuals on board the sub in more depth, but briefly, maybe just to highlight a few stories here. This is a photo of Richard, you with Hamish Harding, and Victor, you as well with Hamish. For folks who didn't have the pleasure of knowing Hamish, Victor, how would you describe him?
A wonderful Englishman who had a true sense of adventure and was a great pilot and was just so eager to do, I think, what many people in this room share, which is a great hunger to go to extraordinary places. And that's what he set out to do, and he was willing to take any number of risks in order to achieve that ambition.
And you traveled with him into space and to the bottom of the ocean.
I was very fortunate that I was able to take Hamish down to the bottom of Challenger Deep, and we actually had the longest distance ever traveled at the bottom of Challenger Deep, over 3 kilometers. And then he asked me on the way back up from Challenger Deep, "Victor, do you want to go into space?" I said, "Yes, Hamish, I'd like that very much." And so he used his contacts, and we were the first 2 people as a crew to ever go to the bottom of Challenger Deep and into space together, which was great.
And Richard, I know that you were with Hamish just before the Titan disaster.
Yeah, that's correct. The night before. So, in fact, I was with Victor and Hamish on the same dive series. By the way, that's also how I got down to the Mariana Trench in the same series of dives. We actually Hamish was on our board of trustees. He was with us in Portugal when we had our GLEX gathering literally the night before the incident. In fact, he left us kind of a night early. When the rest of our flights were in the following morning, he left that evening in order to get there in time for departure. We all got on our flights the next morning, and by the time we landed in New York, we got the very terrible news of the fact that the submersible was missing.
And Nico, to bring you in here, I mean, it really can't be overstated the loss that the subsea exploration community suffered with P.H. Nargeolet's passing. How would you contextualize his importance to ocean exploration and to Titanic knowledge?
First, maybe I need to apologize due to my strange voice. It's not because I just freaking out a lot in front of the audience. It's because I got a cold. I'm sorry for that. So, yes, if you look at the French perspective, we got absolutely 2 great men for the ultra-deep submersible expedition over the time. The first one was Henry Delos, which was the equivalent of Don Walsh. So Henry Delos was making Archimede when the Don was on Trieste, so in the 60s. I worked 17 years for these guys. And then you got P.H. Nargeolet, and P.H. Nargeolet, it's absolutely, if I may use this word, our daddy, our master for the French point of view. So it's a great, great, great loss for us. None of us who was working on submersible in France was not aware and got no connection with P.H. It was really the reference in France. He dived 35 times on the Titanic. He got a huge knowledge. He was a lion, frankly.
I want to just help people who understand, who don't understand sub-engineering, to understand a little bit about Titan itself. And Victor, I'm going to pull you into this because you know a lot about sub-construction at this point. I think it's important to understand Titan as a vessel. Your sub, Victor, the Limiting Factor, pioneered the 5 Deeps expeditions, so you're someone really who to talk to about this. Briefly, and I put a very simple graphic here of Titan. Help us understand why Titan, from a design perspective, looks so different than any other vehicle that's gone to those depths, because it is a real outlier, yes?
Yes, it is. And it all starts that it was a commercial operation. Ocean Gate was designed to take tourists down to the Titanic. For that, it needed to be 2 things. It needed to have the volume to have 3 to 4 passengers, and it also needed to be relatively inexpensive to make the economics work. And engineering is always a trade-off in constraints: cost, safety, performance, and other factors. In order to meet those objectives, to make it a economical and sustainable enterprise, you had to violate the norms that we used in submersible construction, which is under pressure, the optimal geometric shape is what? A sphere. And you can use steel, you can use titanium, but a sphere strengthens under load. A cylinder does not. It can under limited loads, but as you put more and more pressure on a sphere, where does the pressure go? To the outside. So you had a carbon fiber hull in the middle with 2 titanium end caps, which is a strong material. So in many respects, the conventional wisdom in submersible design and construction were violated in that you were using dissimilar materials, titanium, carbon, and fiber, and epoxy resin, interacting under extreme loads. That can often happen from an engineering standpoint on a 1 or 2 time basis. But when you're taking something down to 4,000 meters, you're putting it under 5,000 pounds per square inch. So you're compressing it and then relaxing it. Compressing it and relaxing it with each dive. And anyone that has been in a submersible, especially like the Limiting Factor, it's like God's own hammer is trying to destroy that vehicle. You may get away with it once or twice, but eventually something like that will fail. So why did they choose this unconventional structure? 1, they had to for economics, but 2, there was a desire by Stockton Rush, who wanted to revolutionize deep submergence craft. And by using carbon fiber and titanium, he hoped to prove that convention could be broken, that we could make submersible design cheaper and better, and therefore open it up to more people. So I admire his ambition. I admire the desire he had to open the ocean to more people. And I love revolutionaries as well. But people that truly do exploration, often we are operating on the ragged edge of risk. And with that, sometimes tragedy occurs. And that happened in this case.
So I think there is a broad consensus here that the design of the vehicle, the materials used in the vehicle, were what caused it to ultimately fail. Let's talk about why this shouldn't have happened, and just step through some of the signs that were there and the flags maybe that were missed here. You know, I think that to turn to you, Richard, for a minute, and to put a photograph up here. This is a photograph that is kind of a haunting photograph, really. Maybe explain the context of this, and we can talk a bit about some of those warning signs about this enterprise.
Yeah, it's this photo is one of the last photos Hamish sent me as he was leaving port to go out and make the dive. And the reason why this photograph for me was particularly haunting is that I had actually advised Hamish and others that I knew not to dive in this vehicle, including the previous crews. I had advised not to dive in this vehicle. And this photograph reminded me of why I had that opinion. And so it scared me when I saw this photograph, because it showcased to me the economic edge that was being operated on. For example, I dove also down to the Titanic, went on the Mir submersibles from a very large scientific vessel called the Keldysh, had a 25-ton crane that could lift those vehicles on and off to get them into the water. The choreography of launching a submersible into the conditions there is incredibly difficult. And the first time I was invited to go out to sea with this company that I actually wasn't able to because I had a previous engagement, they had pulled this submarine through the water and lost a few panels on the side of it during their deployment and recovery. And that made me kind of sit back and go like, okay, well, how is this operating? And it felt to me like there wasn't a good comfort level, an economic comfort level, to have all the right safety activities around it. And the fact that, the front of the submersibles in the water at the time their incredibly wealthy clientele is arriving to see it for the first time, I don't think it hurt the sub to be in the water like this. Clearly the submersible is made to sit in the water, but it wasn't the best kind of arrival moment. It showcased to me that there wasn't the same level of either care or capability that I would love to personally see when you're going into these extremes.
Yeah. And I think for those of us who either were in Titan or spent time around it, it was sort of breathtaking in its unconventionalness in many ways. We talked a bit about the cylinder design, but as a point of contrast, for those of you who maybe haven't been up close to these vehicles, this is a photo of the limiting factor of Victor Vescovo's submarine here. This is a few photos from the interior of limiting factor, and what you'll notice is a lot of equipment, a lot of machinery, and another view here looking down from Victor's pilot position. By contrast, this is the interior of Titan. To say that it is night and day is accurate. I mean, it is a different world. This is from my own ride in Titan, pretty much unchanged at that point. This was just a few months before it started its first voyages. I went up to take a ride in it as part of a TV special that we were going to make with Ocean Gate, and went out in Puget Sound with Stockton to dive in it. But, very, very different in every way. I mean, Victor, maybe you can comment a little bit on the minimalism of Titan and what that really means in terms of your ability to safely operate a vessel like this.
Well, it's an issue of design philosophy, and I'm sure all the captains in the room with yachts know this quite well. You can throw any amount of money into anything to make it more effective, safer, or you can go the other direction and make it more economical. Stockton was trying to develop a very effective and very economical machine, and with that they made certain sacrifices. I'll give you one specific example. It's well advertised and known that the controller that they used to control the Titan was an Xbox controller, commercial grade, using Bluetooth technology that you could buy at Walmart. He was, I think, quite proud of that because he was utilizing commercial technology to use something advanced, and there's some element of attractiveness to that. The stick that I used to control the limiting factor came from an F-16 fighter plane that cost 2 orders of magnitude more. Now, that's the other extreme. It was military specified. It could withstand anything, including water ingress. So the issue is, where do you fall in that spectrum? And what we learned is that, is there a right or a wrong? To some degree, yes. But you do want people to push the boundaries on both sides, economy and effectiveness. But there's a larger point. It's not just about the equipment. To Richard's point, and I'm sure Nico will say the same, it's about the people that you are traveling with that are in charge of your expedition. Never go on an expedition and never get in a submersible where the pilot's fear of failure is greater than their fear of death. That happened on Titan. And it would never happen in my submersible, nor would it occur on one of your expeditions.
It's very well put. And Nico, you said something to me earlier when we were chatting that I think very concisely frames something that we should all remember as we move into the back part of this talk about where we go from here. But Titan is an outlier in many ways, not just in its design, but in the accident itself. Maybe, Nico, you can say to everybody here what you said to me about the history and the record of submersible exploration.
Yeah, if you're looking at the history of submersible, the inventor of the concept of submersible was Auguste Piccard. And I'm very proud to say that in front of you, Bertrand. And he made this concept alive in the 50s, and since the 50s, we never got a catastrophic failure like that one, which means that until now, nobody break the rules. And you know what said General MacArthur, when you break the rule, you will pay the price. So I think that the price has been quite high.
Yes. But it is so striking that there really is basically an unblemished record here of manned submersible exploration until this event. And it is also important to point out that there were many who were very vocal about their concerns about Titan. This is a letter, a now kind of famous letter, sent by the Marine Technology Society to OceanGate on behalf of its members, who have, and I'm quoting from the letter now, collectively expressed unanimous concern regarding the development of Titan and the planned Titanic expedition. And I think this letter is kind of a segue into where we go from here. Maybe to start with, you know, why were so many people who were vocal ultimately unable to affect change here? And how did that happen? And how can we do better on that front? And that's for anybody who wants to take it.
Well, I have a thought I'd like to offer, because of course after this incident, I think a lot of us did a lot of introspection about, our own adventures and the risks we individually have taken, and also reflecting on our friends who we literally tried to convince not to go, and they went anyway. And for example, in my case, having first gone to space before I went with Victor down to the Mariana Trench, at the time I went to space, there were two operational vehicles at the time in the world. One was the Russian Soyuz that I went on, and one was the United States Space Shuttle that my father had previously flown on. And my passion to get myself into space was so strong that if either one of those vehicles would have been available but not the other for me at the time, I'm sure I would have taken either one. I was actually very pleased that I went on the Russian Soyuz, actually, because it was statistically very safe. Safer statistically engineering-wise than a predicted 1 out of 10,000 or safer. When in fact the space shuttle was predicted and in fact killed a much higher percentage, something like 1 out of 70. So it's actually a dramatically more dangerous vehicle that after I flew in space once, I was actually honestly in fear for my crewmates that after I flew with them on the Soyuz, went and later flew on the shuttle. And the reason I tell that story is that when our friends chose to go in the Titan, at that time, it was the only vehicle operating at those depths and for those kinds of targets. And their passion was to be able to do that. And I would have to then kind of reflect on that myself and go, if that was really my only option, and I had this passion to go, my calculus would be different than it was having already gone and having already gone deeper. It changes your calculus. And so that's the way I sort of forgive my friends for the decision they made to, go beyond what our good advice was. But I still think there's important lessons that we all need to take home and also be stronger and more diligent in the way we measure that risk and communicate that risk to ourselves and to our companions.
Yeah, I certainly on a personal level, you can understand how people would make that choice. I very nearly made that choice. The allure of going to Titanic is a very strong one for many people. But at an institutional level, at a larger level, this question of how because I think many people, no matter what waiver they signed, who went aboard Titan, had a feeling they were getting onto a safe vehicle because they're not experts. And so, I was struck by something that Kathy Sullivan said in her talk about, when we were talking about the value of expertise, Kathy pointed out a big part of that is in the conversation, and which is to say in the listening to other people, in the dialogue with your peers, with your experts. And there were people here who were experts who had their hands up, who were saying, this vehicle's not right. So what can we take away from that? How can we do better on that front? Because, look, the personal tragedy here is enormous. 5 lives were lost, but also this has been a large setback in a lot of ways for ocean exploration in the public view. So how can we do better on that front?
I'll just jump in and say one reason why they were able to operate is they were operating in international waters. So when you go 200 nautical miles off of a coastline, it is the Wild West. There is no international police force patrolling the seas looking for bad behavior. You have to know that. So whether you're operating on the high seas or you're going into space or you're going up Mount Everest, you have to acknowledge that you are operating in rarefied air. No one is going to come to save you. The people around you are all you have and your own expertise. There's a saying, and there's a lot of ways to die in the ocean, but you don't come back wounded from 4,000 meters. You come back or you don't come back at all. And on Everest, I did that, and people go, how can people leave people lying by the trail on the way up when, they look like they're in distress? If you've been up there, and I'm sure many people in this room have, you have no idea what's going on even 4 feet from you. You have tunnel vision, you're hypoxic. My message is, if you are going into these rare areas where explorers want to be because they're incredibly exciting, life-changing events, you must understand the risks that you're taking and make sure that your traveling companions know what they're doing too and don't become a risk. You must be humble to be a good explorer. If you are not humble, you're just rolling the dice. And our job of explorers is, yes, to roll the dice, but it's to load them as much as possible.
And along with humility, the other great challenge for all explorers is knowing when to stop. And knowing when, and we talked a bit about this, Victor, not just as an individual explorer, but institutionally, when you're developing something or designing something and you have the momentum down a road of development of something that gets harder and harder to stop, right? So this question of being able to stop and to change course.
If I may,
please.
It's the time to quote Shackleton, who said, if you remember, Shackleton was obliged to stop his first attempt to access to the South Pole because he said that a dead donkey is better than a live donkey is better than a dead lion. Sorry to be wrong to Coach Shackleton. I'm very awful. So that's show when you have to stop, when you feel that the safety is not good enough.
Yeah, and let me also add to this too, though, which is that as we talked earlier about this sort of turn that we wanted to make about this point in time in our discussion, in that deep submersibles are actually incredibly safe. In the whole history of deep submersibles, I think there have only been 2 that weren't certified, meaning they were fully insured and inspected and had regular maintenance. And those 2, one of them was Titan, and the other one was, I believe, James Cameron's sub, because he only dove it once with himself. Just himself. So he took himself alone, no risk to others. And frankly, it was built also to the standards of, I think, the high-end professional. He just didn't bother to go get something insured that was only going to go down once. And but the fact that every other deep submersible has been fully certified, which means that not only is a company willing to insure it, but that means they've had their engineers review the engineering. That means they've looked over the maintenance records. They've actually analyzed the maintenance schedule, and those have to be maintained throughout the life cycle of that vehicle to keep that certification. Is what has kept them safe. It's the same thing where we all feel comfortable flying on commercial airlines for very similar reasons. And so while I think there is a time to go beyond traveling always in something that's certified, I mean, there's a lot of experimental craft that do a lot of great work. But I think especially for this community, it's worth noting that that there is a pantheon of and a continuing industry creating extremely high quality, certified, safe vehicles.
I think something else that struck me in the aftermath of the Titan disaster was the reaction from the public. which of course was varied. But one of the things that came through were a lot of people genuinely asking this question of risk and why do this and why go to these places and the value of that. I mean, I think we are in a room of people here who are the converted, who understand that. But Victor, I've heard you speak so nicely about this and about, saving what you love. And, let's talk for just a moment about that as we look forward, about how we really can't let this incident set us back.
Yeah, it was quite shocking to me that people would look at this very one-off incidents and actually go, well, maybe we shouldn't be doing things like this. What is the purpose? I mean, I know, again, we're speaking to the converted, but it's important upon the people in this room that are converted to talk to those that have not been proselytized, to understand that some degree of risk is inherent in life. And if you are going to do something that takes some risk, let's be doing it in the service of our greater species, of humankind, and exploring our world. I chose the ocean after being in the mountains for a long time because 75% of our seafloor is still completely unmapped. 90% of the ocean is completely unexplored. It is the last great exploration that has not been done. There are many things yet to explore. And to do that, we're going to need to take some risks. Not huge risks, but some risks. And His Serene Highness is now sitting here. He and I had the great pleasure of taking him in my submersible down to the very bottom of the Mediterranean. Here you have a head of state who's willing to risk going into a submersible for nothing other than to explore. And what did we see? We saw the highest level of contamination of any trench I've ever dived in, and it was at the Calypso Deep. And I think, His Serene Highness can make a comment later, but I think that affected both of us and made us realize just how much we're contaminating our own world. Without those direct experiences, we do not affect change in the wider world among those that have not seen it.
And I would be remiss for not putting up a slide here, Nico, behind you, of the Endurance, just because I think we could look at that photo all day. It's just the greatest. But without exploration of the world's oceans, we wouldn't have amazing photos like this.
Absolutely. And I would like to continue what Victor just said. A journalist asked me a day, a French one, what the purpose to search and find the Endurance. I replied with some nervosity, what is the purpose of knowledge? What is the purpose of science? What is the purpose of culture? And what is all this thing for mankind? So if you just focus on bad news and limitations, this is bad for us and bad for the future of the next generation. So finding a wreck like this so famous, it's like walking on the moon. It's a holy grail for me and for many others and for all my team. We were talking about expertise with Kathy. We can do something alone. You have a lot of crew, very good crew behind you. And believe me, they are all involved 100%. They have a heart like this. You cannot imagine how we cry when you rewrite the legacy of Shackleton, a so great man. So this is absolutely, there is no word, by the way. There is no word. And I said, when we walked to the moon, and a lot of people said to me, you have now walked to the moon, Nico, what you will do after? So I said, I have to walk on Mars. Nina, you have a seat for me? Thank you. So no, it's unbelievable to have the opportunity to continue an exploration. And again, I will quote Shackleton. I hope correctly this time. The only true failure will be to not explore at all. So keep going on exploration. This is our future, and this is the future of mankind. If you think about the only event in mankind which have placed whole people in front of TV, this is when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. So exploration. So this is inspiration for everybody. And I would like to add as well that education is extremely important. When we found the Endurance, which was the 5th of March 22, we made 10 million views on TikTok on the day. That means that new generation are excited as well by this. And thanks to the Explorer Club, and I would like to underline the work of Julie Chase, thanks to the education program that we got in cooperation with the Explorer Club, we got 33,000 kids following us every day. And sorry, I have a funny story to say because it's so cute. You will love it. So we got 30,000 kids following us every day. Every day we got live stream, and I have to underline the work of Tim Jacob of Reach Award, which make a great job with the kids. And the day we found the endurance, we know that a teacher which have a classroom, a primary classroom in Brooklyn, on a very small area, and she makes the announcement to the kids on this day, and they said, "The endurance has been found," and the kids reply, "We found the endurance." It's great. That means that we have been able to bring them with us. We bring a new generation of exploration and a new generation of people who want to go forward. And it's just magic.
Well put, very well put. Richard, as the president of the club, you sit kind of at the nexus of many explorers coming and going. Any thoughts on the future of where we go from here in ocean exploration?
Yeah, well, I think all of us have done, especially the people who hang out at the club a lot, have done months now of introspection on this, and appropriately so. And I, for one, am very pleased and proud that I think that everybody, has properly reflected upon it. I'm sure we'll continue to reflect on it for the rest of our lives because of the friends we lost along the way, by all means. But I don't think it's dampened that spirit at all. And just like you were saying, with 70% of the oceans unmapped, at the club, while oceans are a big part of what we do, we still have a lot of space to go explore. We just had the National Speleological Society out at the club the other day, another brethren organization. There's a lot of caves that have still never been explored. And that belies even the parts of the ocean that have been explored and the parts of the surface of the earth that have been explored. There's still so much new data to bring back from very well-trodden places. We're still bringing back new species of insects and microbes, much less larger things, from Yellowstone National Park, that millions of people go visit every year. And so, exploration is still alive and well. I think ocean exploration is really just getting going. And I have, full faith and confidence that all of the members of the Explorers Club are out exploring, and all the members of the Monaco Yacht Club also have a big role to play in the future of ocean exploration.
Very good. I think we'll leave it there. How about a hand for our panelists here today? Thank you so much, and we'll turn it back over to Richard Weiss. Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. So we're coming to the end, believe it or not, and Victor and Nico and Richard and Josh, really job well done, because I remember during that Titan experience how everybody came together to try to solve a problem. And I think the saddest death anybody will ever die is in their chair dreaming of what they should have done. So thank you, gentlemen. So thank you, very nice. Thank you. Very nice. Your brother's sleeping. Good job. So I remember in 2004, it was the 100th anniversary of the Explorers Club, and I asked a question of the audience. And I'm going to ask you all here to participate in this question. It's fun. Have a little fun with me. I'm just curious, who here has been to the North Pole? Few people here. Who's been to the South Pole? Okay. Who here has been on Everest? Quite a few people. Let's go a little further. Let's go down. Who's been to the Marianas Trench? Wow. And when I asked that question, there were only 2 people who had done it in 2004 when we asked that question. There's more in this room than then. Okay, this is the ultimate question. Who here has been to space? Wow. Not bad, right? So, you know, we've really gone the gamut. We've gone to Mars today. We've gone trout fishing. We've done deep sea corals. We've done the whole thing. We're coming to the end. So what does it all mean? And, you know, I thought there's no one better than, you know, what I consider exploration royalty is Bertrand Piccard. 3 generations of explorer, you know, one of the best ambassadors of exploration. But Bertrand, as you come up here, I just also wanted people to know that on, was it yesterday or today, this morning, we had a special anniversary. And that anniversary was of that famous balloon flight around the world with Brian Jones. So please come up here, Bertrand. Because we are at the Yacht Club of Monaco, we don't just stop there. We bring heads of state in. So I'd like His Serene Highness Prince Albert to come up here. And look, he's going to go straight up the stairs. And before you leave, we have a parting gift for you. One of our artists here has made a special print of a sailfish, swordfish, I'm sorry, back there. And so before you leave, you know, they always tell people to get their bag. Go get your 19-foot painting.
Hard to carry around. There is one person I would like to have on stage with us, because he also made an orbit around the Earth, not in a balloon, but by foot. Mike Horn, come with us on the picture. Yes.
Mike, I didn't see you were here. Good to see you. Talking about out-alphaing somebody. Okay, come up, Bernard. Please, let's have a round of applause for Bernard, who put this together. And notice certain security guards are getting a little anxious with a sword. Mike. Thank you. So, you know, the question, I guess, for everybody here is, what does it all mean? And we thought to sum up why we explore Bertrand, you are the person. So here, come to the lectern.
Thank you. Where is the remote control for the slides? Thank you. Well, honestly, I couldn't imagine a better place to celebrate this 25th anniversary, knowing that this picture here with Brian Jones was made to the day 25 years ago. And everything here is really about the legacy of the Explorers Club. You know, I was born and raised in that spirit of exploration. My grandfather and my father were members of the Explorers Club, and I found their membership card in their archives. And all the people who came for dinner or lunch at home were members of the Explorers Club. Diving, climbing, going to space, going to the moon. And you know what? As a kid, I thought it was normal. I thought it was completely normal to be an explorer, to embrace the unknown, to go into new places where nobody had gone and do things that had never been achieved. And I have to tell you, it was a shock when I understood that a lot of people on Earth are not like that. A lot of people on Earth are afraid of the unknown. They want to stick to certitudes, to habits, to old beliefs. Their horizon is the limit of their comfort zone. And this I could not understand, because humankind is not about the comfort zone. Humankind is about the spirit of embracing the unknown, embracing the doubts, embracing the question marks, to stimulate our creativity, to stimulate our performance. We can never be performant and creative if we are inside our comfort zone. But when we're facing a certain risk, when we're in danger, we have to be good. We have to be doing things absolutely perfectly. That means we need to be aware, conscious of ourselves, of our environment, of the unlimited power of human beings. And this is what is so fascinating. This is what brought me to try to fly around the world in a balloon non-stop. But it's not always easy to be an explorer. I think one of the first qualities is not curiosity. One of the first qualities is not to be afraid of failure. Because most of us have failed in the beginning. Because it's not easy to do something that has never been done, knowing that you have no benchmark, knowing that nobody can tell you how to do it, and you don't even know if it's possible or not. So you try, and you understand that the impossible does not exist as such in the reality. The impossible exists in the mindset of the people who believe that the future will be an extrapolation of the past, which is never the case. The future is unpredictable, it's uncertain, and it requires from us to be disruptive. And disruptive is a quality of the explorer. To be able to do things, to think about new ideas that we have never learned before, and try to discover new ways to do and new ways to think. So I believe that today, the spirit of exploration has to continue, but not only to explore new territories. I know, as Victor was saying very, very truly, that a lot of the ocean has not yet been explored. But exploration now is not only about exploring new territories. It's about exploring better quality of life. And I think this is really what we need. We went to space, we went to every mountain, we went to the deepest spot on Earth. But humankind is in a situation today that is honestly at risk. We speak about ecology since 50 years, but we never had as much pollution, CO2, plastic in the oceans, and so on as we have today. So there are two trends on this planet. The trend of destroying nature and the trend of exploring to protect nature. This is why here, of course, we're all convinced of that, but we have to be really active in promoting this trend of having more people exploring how we can have a better life on this planet, and not only as human beings, but also for everything that we explore, the vegetal, the animal, rain, and so on. This is what I tried to do with Solar Impulse when, after the flight around the world in the balloon, I did the flight around the world in a solar-powered airplane, and I have to show it here because the Mission Control Center was in Monaco, thanks to the support of Prince Albert. And what really struck me in this adventure is not just the pleasure of flying around the world with no fuel, but the gap between what we find normal in this world and what we can achieve with new technologies. Because new technologies, it's also part of the spirit of exploration. In this airplane, in the beginning, I thought I was in the future. flying with no noise, no fuel, no pollution. But it was absolutely not the future. It was the present. It's what we can do today with current technologies. And this is when I had this revelation that if I was not in the future, it meant that the world was in the past. But we don't notice that the world is in the past because we're like a fish in the water who doesn't know he's wet. We are in the past with old technologies like thermal engines that are wasting 3/4 of the energy that is in the fuel tank when my electric motors had only 3% of energy loss. We live in a world with badly insulated buildings, with outdated heating, cooling, lighting systems, old industrial processes, dirty fuel systems. Are we proud of that? So today it's really clear that there is something to do for explorers is to look for solutions. And solutions exist. Here you have about 1,000 solutions that exist, but there are much more. In research labs, in startups, in big corporations, in the mindset of innovators. There are solutions to do better in every field, to save water, to have clean energy, to have decarbonized mobility, to have decarbonized and carbon neutral buildings, to have decarbonized and efficient industrial processes and agricultural processes, new ways to manage the garbage, to go into circular economy. All this has to be explored by explorers. Who else can do it? So you see, it's not limited to physical expeditions and all the ones who don't think they're able to climb the Everest, dive in the Mariana Trench or go to space, can do as much in the field of exploration of solutions, of new technologies, of new behaviors. And this is why it's so interesting to see that in addition to this day of the Explorers Club, we have this yachting challenge. How to push the yachting industry to be cleaner. Here, nothing will happen if we don't push the industry to do better, if we don't pull the innovations to the market and show that they work. This is why I want to show that also in this field, we can do much better. And what's better than the 25th anniversary of a former and past adventure to speak about the new one? We don't have the airplane yet, so we have the shadow overflying the world, but it's a hydrogen-powered airplane. I'm sure Michel Delpont will be happy about that. Liquid hydrogen, flying around the world non-stop in 2028. Why do I speak about a goal that is so far away? Of course, I want to travel around the world again with the Explorers Club flag, because this is a beautiful tradition where all the explorers can take an Explorers Club flag into their expeditions, but also to show that the impossible still has to be reached. And this is a big shout against the skepticism, against the eco-depression, against the eco-anxiety. We know that, but so many people think there is no future. There is too much pollution, that there are wars, that there is so many problems. Some children don't want to go to school because they think it's useless to learn anything, or don't want to have children because it's dangerous to put children on this crazy earth. We have to stop that. We have to stop that. We have to restore hope. And that's our duty. Because I believe that the future is a bit like this picture here that I took 25 years ago, an hour before the landing of Breitling Orbiter 3. It's the window, the porthole of the capsule pressurized capsule. The glass of the window is frozen by the moisture of the night. And on the other side of these ice crystals, you have a rising sun. But you will never see the rising sun if you don't take the risk of going through the ice. And today, there is ice in our world, in our future. We have fears, we have anxiety, we have depression, we have problems, we have pollution, we have everything we want to put in to be even more afraid. But it's not only all this ice. It's a question of keeping the explorer spirit to go beyond the ice, to go on the other side. And I think this is an absolutely fascinating journey. To understand that all the crises we live in our world are maybe not here to destroy us, but to challenge us to do in another way. Like in a balloon. In a balloon, if you want to steer your trajectory, you have to change your altitude, go higher or lower in order to find a better wind that has a better direction. In our world, we need to be balloonists. We need to drop the ballast of our certitudes and old beliefs in order to change altitude and take better trajectories, which means that the crisis we're in is useful as long as we accept it. If we accept it, it becomes an adventure. An adventure, it's only a crisis that you accept. And the crisis is an adventure that we refuse. So each time we have the choice, let's go for the unknown. Let's go to see what stands behind the ice. Let's go to see what are the power of humankind to drop overboard the ballast of our old beliefs and try to have the best altitude, to have the best direction. This we understand as explorers because we like to take this risk. This is the type of risk where we learn something. It's the type of risk that all our predecessors have done, have taken. They have shown the way. And we are very humbled to see the people who did so impressive things in the past. And I think it's our duty to continue. It's our duty to educate people and to show them that they need curiosity, because without curiosity, you try nothing new. You need perseverance, because without perseverance, you don't succeed in what you try. And you need respect, because without respect, your success has no value. So I believe with this type of message, we can bring hope. We can continue the tradition of exploration. We can have more people join us, take our succession, and continue for the best of humankind. It's a responsibility we have, not just to do our adventures, but to give a meaning to it and inspire others to do it. And like this, I believe we can improve our own skills, but we can improve also the quality of life and the moral and spiritual values of humankind. This is also worth being explored, and more than all, being discovered. Good luck. Thank you.
Typically after hearing a speech like this, I feel like I should run on the field and go out and explore, right? But unfortunately, I have to tell you, in a few hours, you have to have your black tie on, which just seems kind of unexplorer-ish, but we'll make it an adventure. You know, Bernard, I'd really like to thank the Yacht Club of Monaco, you know, and your Serene Highness Prince Albert, who I was on an expedition in Canada with, so I can vouch for that. By the way, your sponsor to the Explorers Club is here. Jeff Green, where are you? Stand up, please. Jeff Green, right there, his sponsor. So at the beginning of this session, I said our goal was to have you look at the ocean differently through different sets of lenses, right? You know, different altitudes. And I think we've succeeded, right? We've gone a lot of places today, right? So I'd like to thank the Yacht Club of Monaco. Thank you for having us. Both of you, thank you very much. And you guys always say that this is the innovation capital of yachting. It is. And also it is a great place for people to meet and exchange ideas. The one thing that you don't tell people is about the hospitality of Monaco. And that's one thing you have to put in your playbook because it's extraordinary. So at this point, I'd like all of our speakers to come on stage for a photo. Come, don't be shy. If you spoke, come up here. Come on, Kathy Sullivan. Nina, I know you're shy. Come.